أفلح من صلى على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم إخوانا. وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها. كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر. وأولئك هم المفلحون. ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات. وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم. يوم تبيض وجوه وتسود وجوه. فأما الذين اسودت وجوههم أكفرتم بعد إيمانكم فذوقوا العذاب بما كنتم تكفرون. وأما الذين ابيضت وجوههم وما الله يريد ظلما للعالمين صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
أفلح من صلى على محمد وآل محمد. صلى على صلى الله عليك يا سيدي ويا مولاي يا رسول الله. صلى الله عليك يا سيدي ويا مولاي يا أبا عبد الله يا رحمة الله الواسعة ويا باب نجاة الأمة. غريب يا مظلوم كربلاء ما خاب من تمسك بكم سيدي وأمن من لجأ إليكم. يا ليتنا ثم يا ليتنا كنا معكم سيدي فنفوز والله فوزا عظيما. أما بعد, our third Imam, Imam Al-Hussain, Abi Abdullah alayhi salam said, إني لم أخرج أشرا ولا بطرا ولا مفسدا ولا ظالما وإنما خرجت لطلب الإصلاح في أمة جدي أريد أن أأمر بالمعروف وأنهى عن المنكر. The translation for those that don't speak Arabic. Imam Hussain alayhi salam said, I did not rise up for the cause of wickedness. I did not rise up for the cause of wickedness, amusement, corruption, or oppression. Rather, I rose up to reform the Muslim community of my grandfather, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I want to promote virtue and to prevent vice. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. To my dear respected scholars, my elders, my brothers and sisters, my dearest youngers, first and foremost, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'd like to first of all thank our dear brother, Al-Qari Mustafa Al-Ali, for that beautiful recitation of the holy verses of the Quran. What a fitting way to begin this groundbreaking and historical moment for all of us here today in the first annual Imam Hussain conference hosted by Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya. My name is Haj Haidar Al-Qazzaz, and it is a pleasure to be your host today. The quote I mentioned in the beginning of when I started speaking is a quote, of course, from Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. And it clearly states that our Imam wanted to reform the Ummah. That was the idea of the quote. And there has not been a more important, a more poignant time for us as Shi'as in the West to really focus on doing so. Without a doubt, we live in very, very difficult times. No matter what age, what stage of life, what situation, there is a very clear blurring between truth and falsehood at the moment. And therefore, it becomes very difficult to do what Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam says, to promote the good and prevent the vice. Because at the moment, as we said, to distinguish those 2 points in mainstream society really, really is a difficulty. And so as lovers of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam on the 11th of Muharram, yesterday I'm sure the majority of you at least uttered the words Labbayka ya Hussain alayhi salam at least once across the course of the day. And therefore, thinking about those words, Labbayka ya Hussain, we also have an undeniable truth to bring reform when we say those words. And reform starts, and I'm sure our esteemed guest today will be going through this, but reform starts with ourselves, right? It starts with ourselves and then moves on to the wider community. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Ra'd, verse number 11, إِنَّ اللَّهُ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Which means and translates to, indeed, Allah does not change a lot of people or a group of people or a people's lot unless they change what is in their souls. So my dear brothers and sisters, the idea today is to help draw lessons, teachings, practical recommendations from our holy Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. And we are very honored today to be gathered gathered together to be joined by some top scholars, researchers, orators who spread the message of Abi Abdullah Al-Hussain from all over the world to discuss the topic of reform, number one in ourselves, also reaching to our families and communities, and most important, in the context of the Hussaini revolution. So inshallah, before we begin, I just want to extend my thanks, really 2 points. Number one is to Diwan al-Kafil. So this place you are sitting in is called Diwan al-Kafil. Number one, for their absolute graciousness to allow us to continue spreading the message of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. There is a weekly program here that Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya take care of, as well as the 10 nights of majalis, and of course one-off events like this. And really what a beautiful place to be sitting down in to discuss the revolution of Imam Al-Hussain in a place that is named after his brother Abul Fadl Abbas alayhi salam. Secondly, I'd also like to thank our partner today, an official sponsor, who is the Zahra Trust. And the Zahra Trust actually is an organization that personifies some of the greatest qualities of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. There is not a moment where the door is knocked on the charity unless they open it. So I'll give you a great example of that. They are focused on mainly marginalized communities. Typically you find a charity will focus, for example, on only Iraq, whereas for the Zahra Trust, any needy person who is in need of the support, whether it be financially or not, by the way, is under their umbrella. So Afghanistan, Yemen, India, Pakistan, East Africa, etc. as well. The scopes of the projects, by the way, spread from schools all the way to upskilling their education, all the way to financial aid, to clean water. And so they're doing an absolutely phenomenal job. May Allah bless them. This Muharram actually, the Zahra Trust has focused on all of the themes derived from the tragedy of Karbala. So essentially, they provide the training and packaging and also sponsoring of majalis. So if you would like to donate to the Zahra Trust, in the back area down there, in the foyer area behind the sisters, there is an area, mashallah, where they have some amazing opportunities to donate to a charity, but also receive. I don't want to call it buying and selling because it's not that. But there's a lovely place you can donate to the charity, and in response, you can exchange that for a lovely gift. So if you would like to go to that side, the sister side is quite easy for you, it's just behind you. On our dear brother's side, if you exit and you go round, you'll see the door for the entrance there as well. So moving on, we open today's conference with a man who really doesn't need much of an introduction, and it gives me a very great honor to announce our first guest is Ayatollah Dr. Sayyid Fadl Al-Milani. Ayatollah Dr. Sayyid Fadl Al-Milani was born in the holy city of Karbala in 1944. His journey in religious studies started at the Hawza of the holy city of Najaf under the late Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Abdul Qasim Al-Khoui, Allah Yarahma, and the late Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Muhsin Al-Hakim. For 2 years of his time in Najaf, Ayatollah Dr. Sayyid Milani taught jurisprudence, principles of jurisprudence and theology at the College of Fiqh, and for 8 years at the Hawza of Najaf. In 1971, he migrated to Mashhad, and there he undertook advanced fatwa assemblies and completed his studies under the guidance of the late Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Hadi Al-Milani. In 1974, Dr. Sayyid became acknowledged as a mujtahid in the holy city of Mashhad. We are very lucky as a community in the UK to have the Sayyid with us, as always, providing us guidance and ensuring that we are upholding the teachings and the principles of the Ahlul Bayt. So it gives me very, very great honor to welcome our first esteemed guest to the stage, Dr. Sayyid Ayatollah Fadl Al-Milani, and if you can please welcome him with a very loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As Brother Qazzaz mentioned, the whole purpose and the goal of Imam Hussain alayhi salam in his great sacrifice was to make reform in the community. And in continuation, to learn from Imam Hussain alayhi salam, we focus on the reform in the community. When we aim to initiate reform, we must focus upon variation and various fields of such an attempt. Dealing with one aspect of the reform without bearing in mind all the relevant aspects leaves the task incomplete. We all know that our bodies, there are three very essential organs. These are the brain, the heart, and the lung. Is it logical for someone to say which one of these three is more important, and can we focus only on one and ignoring the other two? Of course, it is not. In the similar way, I suggest that when we talk about the reform in the community, we focus on all interrelated subjects, and I summarize them in three. A, reform with regard to societal relationship. B, reform with regard to moral obligations. C, reform with regard to how to face the challenges. As for the societal relationship, we have to admit that this issue suffers a lot from many defects and shortcomings. The first and foremost is that most of us are not well acquainted with the requirements, duties, and obligations. For example, many husbands do not know their duties towards their wives. And the same way, there are many wives who are ignorant about their duties towards their husbands. What a real problem. And we have to deal with this, to be clear about it and to find how to reform the situation. Of course, the picture is not clear for many. And of course, ambiguities are taking place. So, what's the result of that? It results in disputes, dissatisfaction, and weakening the marital bonds. And this is seen in many communities. We have to be serious about it, to reform, to know how to deal with this. Indeed, the obligations, the duties are not clear, and we have to make them very, very clear. No one can break them. When something like that happens, we suggest that let's go, or you must go for some marriage counseling. And the moment we tell them that, say that I am insane. And this is unfortunately the reflection we find it with some people when you advise them to go to the right direction, to seek advice regarding their problem. The other problem, which is dreadful, is when the marriage breaks and cannot be reformed, the main focus of the disputing parties is on the financial liabilities, how to solve them, without looking about the future of the children. What are they are going to, how they are going suffering, what are their rights. So the whole mentality, and brothers and sisters, don't think that I'm exaggerating, because for the last 35 years in this country, not about the previous stages, hundreds of cases complicated regarding this issue, which is disputes within the families. So I'm asking you, are we in need to reform that or leave it as it goes? As another example, of course, it is the confusion between our identity and the requirements of citizenship in the European countries. Many people are not clear about that, and some sort of confusion is there. We have to think of it. This is one side of our problem, which needs, in my opinion, reform. As for the moral obligations, self-love and self-centeredness are seen in many individuals, families, and communities. When everyone believes that they are right and others are wrong, no morality can survive. Let me quote one example from what Arthur Schopenhauer says in his book, The Art of Always Being Right. Quote, if you observe that your opponent has taken up a line of argument which will end in your defeat, you mustn't allow him to carry on and to his conclusion, but interrupt the course of dispute in time, or lead him away from the subject, end quote. So in this situation, when everybody thinks that he is right or she is right and the opponent is wrong, whether we are talking about our societal relationship or the moral values or anything like that, whether within the small families or the whole community, that is really something very important to discuss and think of it. So in this situation, sincerity and honesty as essential moral values will disappear and deception will prevail. Now, when we talk about the challenges that they are ever increasing, most of us do not know how to face it. Shall we shout, become hot-tempered, or instead think calmly of a logical solution? Do we need to improve our way of social media, modernize our method of tabligh, or stick to old methods? Isn't the high time to train some of our youth to become experts in debate and public speaking with the depth of knowledge about the Quranic teachings and the guidelines from the error-free Imams alayhi salam? When we talk about the challenges, I think you all know what exactly I'm talking about. They are not restricted to the recent one. So we talk about globalization, the New World Order, Islamophobia, and, of course, the recent challenge to the decency. Whether it is LGBT or any other code which is promoted by media, not promoted by media only, it becomes is going to become part of real life and the whatever regulation in the future. Anyone who challenges that must know how to do it, and we have to sit down and discuss a reform in this way, how to challenge this. And I invite all of you really to cooperate and to work hard to have a clear answer to that, which is within the legal system, at the same time to promote the moral values and to see how decency as something agreed upon by all societies and all cultures is really suffering and is under attack. So, in conclusion, any reform project needs all the above fields to be addressed and the deficiencies to be treated and amended. So, fairness in handling our societal relationship, promoting and supporting our moral values, and learning how to face the ever-increasing challenges are the three essential requirements of the reform that I hope that our respected speakers would help to advise it and advise us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks to Ayatollah Dr. Sayyid Fadl Al-Milani. And as he finds his seat, please let's thank him with a very loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Jazakum Allah Sayyidina. Next, I'm very honored to welcome, and it's a pleasure of mine to welcome a friend actually who has been a staunch supporter of Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya since our inception almost 4 years ago. Our dear Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli. Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli is a well-known Muslim Shia scholar. He is a public speaker as well as a researcher and is also the executive director of Noor Islamic Education, which is an established charitable organization based in the UK. He'd be upset with me if I didn't remind you to go on his YouTube and like the videos and make sure you subscribe as well. Sheikh Hilli completed his secondary and higher education studies in London, graduating with a master's degree in pharmacy from the University of London in 2001, and having a keen interest in his faith, Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli embarked upon a journey which involved completing his Hawza Islamic Seminary degree from the International College for Islamic Sciences in London, under the supervision of our previous guest, Ayatollah Dr. Sayyid Fadl Al-Milani. He formerly studied Islamic disciplines such as theology, Quranic exegesis, logic, principles of Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh, history, many more. And following this, he went to Najaf in Iraq in 2013 to pursue further studies, and in 2015 completed an MA in Islamic Studies from Middlesex University via the Islamic College of London. Inshallah, the Sheikh is going to be talking to us about Hussaini practical steps for change. So if you have your pens and notepads or notes on your telephone, get ready. Inshallah, there's some actionable recommendations. And if you can welcome him, please, once again, with a very warm salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، نحمده ونستعين به ونتوكل عليه، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلقه وخاتم أنبيائه وسيد رسله سيدنا وحبيب قلوبنا وشفيع ذنوبنا أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المطهرين المكرمين. My respected scholars, elders, sisters and brothers, Salamun alaykum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I wonder if in the amazing, magnificent majalis of Sayyid al-Shuhada, the last 10 or 11 nights, you heard about the name of this particular individual by the name of Harthama ibn Abi Muslim. If you did, that's good. This particular person, as narrated by Shaykh al-Saduq, was a person who accompanied Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam to Karbala on the way back from Siffin. And when Amir al-Mu'mineen, as we've heard so many times, displayed that love towards the plains of Karbala, holding the soil, kissing it, shedding those tears, remembering the tragedy of Sayyid al-Shuhada, this man was an eyewitness to this. And so he goes and tells his wife, he informs his wife what happened. And interestingly, on the day of Ashura, Harthama is on the side of the army of Shaitan. He's fighting with Yazid against Sayyid al-Shuhada. And it's very bizarre. You think about this. He has witnessed how amazing this land is. Amir al-Mu'mineen has told him and so many people that there will be people who will be martyred in this land, who will be resurrected on the day of Qiyamah bidun hisab. They will be not questioned by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're martyrs. And yet he decided to fight against Sayyid al-Shuhada. And it's interesting because when Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam said to him, he said, فَصَرْتُ إِلَى الْحُسَيْنِ فَسَلَّمْتَ عَلَيْهِ وَأَخْبَرْتُهُ بِمَا سَمِعْتُ مِنْ أَبِيهِ. I went to Hussain and I said to him, listen, I heard what your father said about this land. And Imam alayhi salam said to him, مَعَنَا أَنْتَ أَمْ عَلَيْنَا. Are you with us or are you against us? He replies, لَا مَعَكَ وَلَا عَلَيْكَ. Neither for you or against you. And Imam alayhi salam then said to him, فَامْضِي حيث لا ترى لنا مقتلا ولا تسمع لنا صوتا فوالذي نفس حسين بيده لا يسمع اليوم واعيتنا أحد فلا يعيننا إلا أكبه الله لوجهه في جهنم. Go away. If you're not going to support us and if you hear our cries for help, then you will and not come to our aid, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will punish you. What is interesting about this Harthama is there was a problem, a disease, a trend in society highlighted by some of our esteemed ulama. Ayatollah al-Shaheed al-Sayyid Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr radwanullahi ta'ala alayhi, in a series of lectures as written by one of his students, Ayatollah Sayyid Kadhim Ha'iri hafidhahullah, in the month of Safar 1389 Hijrah. He says there is a major problem in society, and that's mawtul irada, the death of the willingness to change, willingness to make a difference, willingness to move from the status quo. And he cites a number of examples. Many of us have heard about the story of Ubaydullah ibn al-Hurr al-Ju'fi, this man whom Amir al-Mu'mineen helps because he fought against him in Siffin. Later he disappears. His wife thinks that he's dead. She marries someone else. He comes to Kufa. He wants his wife back. And because his wife hastened towards the marriage, Imam alayhi salam, despite him being the enemy, says, you know what, your wife needs to go back to you, although she was pregnant and so on. Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen helps Ubaydullah ibn al-Hurr al-Ju'fi. Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam comes to him on the way in Qasr Bani Muqatil and says to him, come, support us, you will be saved. He says, no, you know what, I have my family. I have things to sort out. He, as well as this Harthama and so many others, are examples of a problem in society that existed at that time, and Sayyid al-Shuhada wanted to make a huge difference. Now, today if we look at ourselves, perhaps, we're in a very similar situation. Are we apathetic to things happening around us? Do we care about what's going on? Are we concerned about making those positive changes personally and in society or not? And are we, unfortunately, sometimes trivializing faith or picking on the wrong things? I'll give you an example. that I remember with our esteemed teacher, Samahat Sayyid Fadl Milani, we were in America for a conference, big conference, and there was a picture taken for us. We were eating together with a few scholars. And this picture was posted on the internet. You know, alhamdulillah, some speakers are eating together in this major conference, which was, I remember, about Amir al-Mu'mineen, I think, and some of the beautiful aspects of his life. What were the comments under the picture about? Why do you have a Coca-Cola bottle in your table? Ajib. That's the only thing you can find to pick. One of the ulama says, I was praying, when I finished salah, someone came to me and said, Maulana, Sayyidina, your salah is batil. Ajib. Why is my salah batil? Because when you did your sajda, your nose wasn't touching the ground. So the Sayyid said to him, can I ask you a question? Where was your nose during this process? Yani if you weren't behind me praying, you wouldn't notice. It's not wajib, of course, for the nose to touch the ground. But there are people today looking for the wrong things, trying to create friction, division. This last week, I've received so many messages. How can there be two Ashuras? This is unbelievable. This can't be accepted. Why? There are different mabani, different principles of maraja. There's one day for certain maraja, another. Embrace the diversity, embrace the difference. There's no issue. Are we oblivious to some of the major challenges that are affecting us? And His Eminence just touched on this issue. And I'd like to show you something I showed some the mu'mineen. And I got this from Amazon and it's going back. And this particular book is called This Book is Gay. Okay? It certainly isn't, but it's claiming that it is. But what this book is trying to do is trying to promote homosexuality, LGBT and whatever. Lahum dinuhum, and they have their own faith and we have ours. But that's not my concern. My concern, as I explained in the majalis, if you go to page 111, there is a chapter about Islam. And in this, it says how to argue with Muslims. And it says, the good news is that the Quran is on your side. Nowhere in there does Allah state a punishment for homosexual behavior. What's more, the Quran actively encourages diversity as Allah created that too. And then the author goes on to say regarding hadith, there are various rules and most Muslim countries don't enforce these punishments and so on and so forth. Today, unfortunately, this challenge that we're facing, I don't see enough work taking place. Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless some of the speakers this year in Muharram. They've tackled this issue and have indeed began this conversation. But we need to take it even further, because most of us are communicating and meeting some of our people in our community members who are sadly either being influenced or oblivious to it. I've had conversations with people saying, it's okay, let's just accept it. It is what it is. That's the reality. We live in this country. And that's how we should live. They're forcing it on ourselves in the schools and in other places. One of the mu'mineen who saw me in Haider Islamic Center with this book, he said to me, in my university, I think Leicester, he said, they've put this as the main book when I enter the library. And it's been there for the last 1 or 2 years. He says, people have to see it. There is an agenda. Clearly there is. But we have to be awakened. We can't suffer or go through the same debilitating condition as the mujtama', the society at the time of Sayyid al-Shuhada. And he brilliantly woke them up. Brilliantly. And today perhaps we need to wake up. Today we need to realize what the problem is. And one of the challenges I think that we face is habits. Most of us are comfortable with what we do. We're just in our bubble, in our shell. We'd like to do what we perhaps have grown up doing. And we don't want to challenge ourselves, to start thinking outside the box and begin to implement positive personal change. Now, bring 1 or 2 practical tips from some of the studies that have been shown today and behavioral experts, and then move very quickly to some of the Islamic recommendations about personal change. Because, of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not change the affairs of you and I as a community until we start within ourselves. So we have to dig deep in ourselves and think about how is it that we're going to start this change, because Muharram is the best month. And certainly these days and nights of Aza and Majalis of Sayyid al-Shuhada are brilliant in instigating that need to make a difference to our lives. There is a very famous book that was a New York Times bestseller. Some of you may have come across it. It's sold millions of copies. Its author is Charles Duhigg, and it's called The Power of Habit. And he talks about how human beings are very habitual. You know, think about it yourself. You know, we like to do things on a routine basis. Sometimes we act like we are robots, right? And so we need to somehow figure out how to introduce things into our lives that perhaps are not part of this habitual loop that he calls. Very briefly, he says it's 3 things that happens in our brain when we do things on a regular basis. And this basically happens in the basal ganglia in the brain, and it's because of, number 1, there is a cue, there is a trigger that tells us that the brain should go into an automatic mode. Secondly, after the trigger, it goes into a routine, whereby we begin to exhibit physical, mental, or emotional states. And finally, the brain then, in this loop, from the cue towards the routine, towards the reward, the third part is a reward. And that basically helps your brain figure out if this loop is worth remembering for the future. So, for example, a very simple example, when we are hungry, immediately that cue tells us that we need to eat. And therefore we take something that's delicious, we eat that, that's the routine, and then the reward, you feel good. You feel good at the end, so it gives you that memory that that food is something that needs to be eaten. But if we take this into our lives today, when we, for example, want to make a particular change. Let's say, for example, Salatul Fajr. There are people today, the usual questions we're asked is, I have several years to make up of Salatul Fajr. Or, for example, if I'm practicing something that I shouldn't be. Or, for instance, I am in a bad relationship with somebody. I can look at this model and try to think, how am I supposed to change those ways of thinking and my mindset and that particular habitual loop. And there are so many things I can begin to do by changing either the cue or the rewards so that the outcome can be different. If, for example, I'm sitting there and I'm tired and I'm scrolling and binge watching on Instagram or Netflix because I'm thinking it's okay, I've had a really tough day, and that's my way of seeking that dopamine and helping me to somehow get that kick, I need to think about that cue. That cue is sending a message to my brain, it's okay, and I'm immediately going into that loop. I need to break that habit. I need to devise methods to find an alternative so that it can become indeed a better practice. Now, when you look at the teachings of the Ahl al-Bayt alayhim as-salam, there are so many tips on how you and I can make this change in the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. My dear sisters and brothers, if I'm under this illusion that I don't need to change, then that's where the problem lies. I need to wake up. So the first part is yaqza, because people are asleep. الناس نيام إذا ماتوا انتبهوا. People need to be alert, right? So the first thing I need to wake up by saying is, you know what? I need to examine my life. I ask you this question. This Muharram, is it better than last Muharram in your life, in your habits, practices, your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the positive aspects? If it's better, great, we're progressing. If it's worse, there is a problem. Are these majalis and attendance, is it helping me get closer to Rabbil Alameen and through that to the Ahl al-Bayt? Brilliant, if they are. If they're not, I need to introspect. I need to ask myself, how is it that this year I'm not as good as last year? What's happened? So the first thing is I need to wake up. This realization is very, very important. Second thing, I can never instigate change in my life without the help of the Almighty, Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala. Inna ma'i rabbi sayahdeen. The Quran says, if you are with Allah, Allah will help you. Don't go through this journey by yourself. Make that commitment and ask Allah, Ya Allah, please, I want to, for example, I have certain bad habits. This Muharram, I want to stop these. I want your help. Third, it's important to ask advice, consult, discuss with scholars, with experts. I said this in a majlis. Many times ulama are consulted for 2 reasons. Either there is a problem with relationships or people want istikhara. That's it. When is the last time you went to an alim and said, I feel distant from Allah? Can you give me some tips? Can you inspire me? Can you show me a path that I can find so that I can indeed become an individual that's better in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Ma nadama man istashar. Amir al-Mu'mineen salamullahi alayhi says, when you ask people, you'll never feel regret, especially if you ask the right individuals, the scholars with the right knowledge. Number 4, it's very important to realize that don't have a long list. Things take time. Make an important realization as far as your priorities. What is it that you need to change in your life? And then take that process. And remember, it takes time. Very importantly, these steps can only be fulfilled if you and I are willing to do it for the sake of Allah. And I'm not willing to change so that people can say I'm a better human being. This ikhlas must exist. The story of Karbala is a story of ikhlas. Every single individual in this university, this magnificent demonstration of love and loyalty to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, was the student of Sayyid al-Shuhada, who is the epitome of sincerity. And therefore, I need to go through this journey solely to seek the pleasure of the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala and not give up, my dear sisters and brothers. I should never give up in the pursuit of becoming a better person, instigating personal change, relying on Allah, starting with taqwa. إِنَّمَا هِيَ نَفْسِي أُرَوِّضُهَا or أَرُوضُهَا بِالتَّقْوَى. There are so many things that I can do, and I need to begin, inshallah, this Muharram. I end, my dear sisters and brothers, with the realization that there is something special about Ashura, there's something special about Sayyid al-Shuhada, and don't take it lightly when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with this journey to be in this ship with Sayyid al-Shuhada. One of the most inspirational hadiths that I think we should always remember, it's not a coincidence that you and I are the helpers and the supporters and inshallah the servants of Sayyid al-Shuhada, because the hadith from the Holy Prophet, Rasulullah A'zam Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, famously, that we hear so many times, إِذَا أَحَبَّ اللَّهُ عَبْدًا قَذَفَ فِي قَلْبِهِ حُبَّ الْحُسَيْنِ وَحُبَّ زِيَارَتِهِ. Allah wants you back. He says, when I love you, I'll place the love of Hussain in your heart and the love of his visitation. Therefore, when I am in these days of aza and mourning, when I beat my chest, when I say labbaik ya Hussain, there is a moment of change that is waiting for me. It's a glorious potential. It's the time for that strike on my chest to make a commitment that, you know what, I'm going to take those positive steps, inshallah ta'ala, and I will be able to be successful, inshallah, with the help of the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala and the wasila of Sayyid al-Shuhada, Aba al-Ahrar, Aba Abdullah al-Hussain, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless the mu'mineen and mu'minat, especially of Haraka Hussainiya. I know I have a very good, strong relationship with them, but look at this. I mean, to have a conference on a day after the majalis and the aza and the maqtal and the shama ghariba, as so many centers had yesterday and even on Friday, is a great achievement. May Allah bless them and grant them tawfiq, and all the organizations that held these amazing majalis in the name of Sayyid al-Shuhada. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلي اللهم على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
Ahsantum, many thanks to our dear guest, Sheikh Muhammad Al-Halif. Once again, you can thank him with a very warm salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Just as a side note, Sheikh, the plan wasn't the 11th of Muharram, it was the 12th, but unfortunately the dates got changed in Iraq, so it had to be the 11th. So a big thank you to all of you. I know you've had very busy schedules over the last 11 days also. Moving on to our next guest, who we've also made travel and has traveled all the way from Iraq, from the Holy Seminary in Najaf. I'm very honored to be welcoming Dr. Sayyid Muhammad Ali Bahr al-Ulum. His Eminence, Dr. Sayyid Muhammad Ali Bahr al-Ulum, was born in the holy city of Najaf, and the Sayyid is a professor of advanced intermediate studies in the Islamic Seminary in Najaf. Alongside his seminary teaching and studies, Sayyid Muhammad Ali Bahr al-Ulum dedicated his time also to academic studies, receiving a PhD in constitutional law. He studied advanced seminars, which is Bahth al-Kharij in Arabic, under the grand contemporary scholars such as Grand Ayatullahs Sheikh Wahid al-Khurasani and Sayyid Muhammad Sa'id al-Hakim. And the topic for the Sayyid's keynote is protecting the sacred. Just as a bit of information, the Sayyid's delivery will be in Arabic, but alhamdulillah we have one of the committed brothers who's always a strong servant of the Ahlul Bayt, our brother Amir Taqi, who's going to translate the Arabic into English as well. So if you could welcome both of them, in particular the Sayyid, بذكر الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلقه وخاتم رسله محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين. السلام عليكم أيها الحضور الكريم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وعظم الله أجوركم بمصاب أبي عبد الله الحسين عليه السلام. عاشوراء يمثل لنا مادة وعنصرا أساسيا في صياغة شخصيتنا وآمالنا، لأن ارتباطنا بالإمام الحسين عليه السلام يمثل الارتباط بالكمال.
Ashura represents an important time for us as it allows us to identify and clarify our identity today.
ولا نلحظ هذا الارتباط مع أي موسم آخر مرتبط بأئمتنا عليهم السلام، ففي الغدير نحتفل بهذا الغدير ونزور إمامنا ونجدد بيعتنا له، لكن أن تعيش الحدث وتعيش الفكرة وتستشعر ما حدث وكأنك في كربلاء، هذا الشعور والإحساس لا يكون في أي مناسبة أخرى، ولا يحدث ولا يتحقق هذا الارتباط إلا مع الحسين عليه السلام.
This connection is not found in any other period. The connection that we have with Imam Hussain and the events of Muharram are very important. Similar events around the year, like the events of Ghadir, are important, and we also renew our allegiance, our understanding. However, our connection in the month of Muharram and the events of Ashura are prominent in our everyday life.
ولعل تأكيد أئمتنا سلام الله عليهم على إحياء هذه الذكرى وتعدد وكثرة المناسبات المرتبطة بالإمام الحسين سلام الله عليه هو ما لهذه المظلومية من تأثير قلبي شديد ومن بركات على الإنسان في حياته الدنيوية والأخروية.
The Imam alayhi salam, this period of mourning is an important period and allows us to relive these tragic moments. It also, we witness the oppression of the Imam, and together we can continue to remember this.
موسم عاشوراء وما بعد عاشوراء يمثل موسم الزراعة والحصاد. في عاشوراء نزرع ونبذر هذا الارتباط ونؤكده ونوطده، وبعد عاشوراء نعود إلى حياتنا الطبيعية من خلال رجوعنا إلى معرفة ثمرة ذلك الارتباط مع الحسين عليه السلام، ونتلمس ذلك الارتباط أننا مع رجوعنا إلى حياتنا الطبيعية والاعتيادية نبدأ نستذكر هل نحن حسينيون؟
The events of Muharram is like sowing a seed and watching the fruits bear. Muharram is a time where we sow the seeds, and in time after the events of Ashura we can pick and bear the fruits of this important event. Of course, we have to see how impactful are they on us in our daily lives.
في عاشوراء نتلمس ذلك الدفء المعنوي والقوة والروحية التي تتحقق في نفوسنا من خلال ذلك الارتباط. هذا الدفء المعنوي وتلك الروحية القوية التي تتحسسها من مبادئ العزة والقوة في مواقف أبي عبد الله الحسين سلام الله عليه وأهل بيته وأصحابه، تجعلنا نحمل تلك القوة في مواجهة تحدياتنا، مشاكلنا، مجتمعنا، وكل ما يواجهنا ما بعد عاشوراء.
The events of Muharram are an important time that give us a strong immunity and give us a sense of drive, power and dignity, so that we can understand the common challenges that we face today and see how we can overcome them.
لذلك أطلقت عليها موسم الزراعة والحصاد.
And that's why I call this period the period of sowing the seeds and bearing the fruits.
إحدى أهم التحديات التي تواجهنا في مثل هذه الأيام وتواجهونها أنتم بشكل أكثر دقة ونواجهها نحن أيضا كمسلمين في خارج هذا البلد وغيره، هو كيفية الحفاظ على نقاء معتقداتنا ومعتقداتكم ومقدساتكم وقيمكم.
One of the first challenges that we feel are critical that face us today in this country and in this region is how do we safeguard and protect our beliefs, our theological understandings as Shia Muslims.
ومحاولات التعدي على تلك الاعتقادات والمقدسات هي مستمرة منذ الأيام الأولى وتستمر، وإن اختلفت تجلياتها واختلفت صورها من زمان إلى زمان ومن مكان إلى مكان، لكنها كلها يجمعها أن هذا المعتقد وهذا المقدس في كثير من الأحيان يسبب أزمة للآخرين، فيريدون أن يهدموا هذا المقدس وهذا المعتقد.
It has been an ongoing concern that our beliefs are continuously challenged and undermined. However, we continue to persevere and hold tight to these beliefs.
الأفكار والرؤى تكتسب قدسيتها من مقدار ما يوليها معتقدوها، يولون هذه الاعتقادات وهذه الرؤى أهمية. هذه الأهمية إذا أعطوها أهمية كبيرة وأهمية خاصة ورؤية خاصة فإنها سوف تحتل مساحة مهمة في قلوبهم، في اعتقاداتهم، في ذهنهم، تكتسب المقدس.
Our beliefs, if given the right protection and the right safeguarding, will always continue to persevere and stay. However, if ignored, can diminish and fade.
في هذه الأيام من الأمور التي شائعة في البلاد وفي هذه القرن العشرين وغيره من الأمور المتأخرة جدا من المقدسات أصبحت في عالم اليوم هو الحقوق والحريات الأساسية للإنسان التي تعتبر خطا أحمر في كثير من البلاد من أجل المحافظة عليها ومن أجل إشعار الإنسان بامتلاكه هذا الحق وتلك الحرية.
One of the most protected elements in our society today, which has been, in a sense, a red line, is freedom of expression or freedom in general senses. And so this has been an ever-present concept in our community today.
وواضح أن حرية التعبير وحق الرأي هو في مقابل هيمنة الأفكار والمعتقدات الدينية والاجتماعية التي تشكل عنصرا ضاغطا على الفرد وعلى حرية الفرد. لذلك لا تؤمن تلك الفلسفة بتقديس الأفكار.
And this freedom of expression that we have has allowed us to articulate our beliefs and our understandings to the greater community, and so therefore this is a wonderful opportunity for us to thrive.
لذلك هذه الفلسفة القائمة على تقديس حرية الفكر أو حرية التعبير أو حرية الرأي لا تقبل هيمنة فكر آخر، ولذلك لا تعتقد بتقديس الأفكار. أن تكون هناك فكرة هي فكرة مقدسة هذا مرفوض لدى هذه الفلسفة.
So therefore, this freedom of expression does not allow for pluralistic understanding of beliefs, and therefore it limits how our beliefs are being portrayed.
ولكن مع ذلك إذا كانت تلك الحرية تسبب تهديدا للأمن والسلم فإنه أيضا يعتبر حدا وخطا أحمر.
Now, of course, this freedom of expression, if it impacts security and safety, then it becomes also a red line.
هناك مقدسات يمكن أن يشترك فيها الجميع على اختلاف أديانهم ومذاهبهم. كان في دور العبادة. دور العبادة أماكن مقدسة تحميها ويحميها القانون لاتفاقهم على تقديس ذلك المكان وهو أمر مادي محسوس.
As aspects of the freedom of expression is the freedom of belief, and this can also be used by us to protect our places of worship as it's a kind of a sensory place to go to.
وهناك بعض الأمور التي يختلف في تقديسها. هل تدخل تحت عنوان تقديس الأفكار أم تدخل تحت عنوان الأمر المادي المقدس؟ هناك موارد اختلاف في تقديس شيء معين، أن هذا التقديس الذي يعتبر أو يعتبره جماعة هو مقدس ومادي أمر مقدس، يعتبره الآخر هو ضمن تقديس الأفكار الذي يرفضه.
Some communities would regard places of worship as an important place or something more safeguarded, whereas others would not see it in that sense.
لذلك نشأت المشكلة في فتنة حرق القرآن الكريم، أننا في معتقدنا أن كل ورقة كتب عليها اسم الله فهي مقدسة، فلا يجوز توهينها ولا يجوز تنجيسها ولها أحكامها الخاصة كل ورقة. فكيف إذا كانت هذه الأوراق هي قرآن كريم؟
Therefore, we come to see the incident that took place where the Holy Quran was burnt or desecrated. We believe that even a single page where the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is written cannot be desecrated or cannot be compromised in any way or form or burnt.
والآخر يعتبر تقديس مثل هذه الورقة هو تقديس لفكر، والفكر غير مقدس. فنشأتنا هذه الجدلية، جدلية ما نعتبره مقدسا لأنه فكر ولأنه ورقة أمر مادي، وجدلية تعتبر هذا فكر والفكر لا يجب أن يكون مقدسا.
So in one aspect, one group would consider this scripture or text something safeguarded or important or highly regarded, and others would not. They see it simply as a piece of paper.
فتترتب عليها أن الدولة والقانون لا يضفي على هذا الأمر المقدس لنا أي حماية قانونية، بينما دور العبادة تضفي عليه حماية قانونية لأنه أمر مادي فهموه بأنه مقدس لدى جميع الأديان والمذاهب والعقائد. دور العبادة مقدسة فيجب احترامها ولها حمايتها القانونية الخاصة.
So on one aspect, the scripture at times is not giving the protection. However, the freedom of belief is given that protection as an aspect of being safeguarded in the freedom of expression.
ولذلك كانت مواجهة هذه الإشكالية من قبل مرجعيتنا الدينية العليا في النجف الأشرف، كانت مواجهتها بأنها بيّنت ونبهت في خطابها للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، بيّنت المجتمع الدولي والمنظمة الأممية في حادثة حرق القرآن والترخيص الرسمي لتلك الحادثة إلى مخاطر هذا العمل في خلق بيئة للأفكار المتطرفة وتهديد السلم وتهديد التعايش السلمي.
We see the letter issued by our grand religious authority in Najaf, which condemned this action of desecrating the Holy Quran, and this was specifically targeted towards the senior authorities in the United Nations, I believe, in creating an awareness about this tragedy, at the same time of trying to highlight that in time these extremist views can prosper, and so therefore we must take heed of this.
إن الكيفية التي توجهت بها المرجعية الدينية العليا لمعالجة هذا المشكل يدعونا إلى التفكير الجدي إلى ما تتيحه الآليات المعاصرة في كل مجتمع في كيفية الاستفادة من هذه الآليات في كل بلد على حدة، والاستفادة منها للحفاظ على انتمائنا الديني والحفاظ على مقدسنا الديني.
The style or the strategy by which the religious authority or the Grand Religious Authority in Najaf undertook in how they tried to raise awareness about the desecration of the Quran in Sweden gives us a roadmap as a community that we must implore and utilize all possible avenues within the law to try to create awareness about any further misgivings.
وأعتقد أن الجالية اليوم مطالبة للخروج من عنوان الجالية المهاجرة إلى الجالية المواطنة.
And so therefore we must, as a community, change our perceptions from being a community that has immigrated to this country to a community that is living and a citizen of this country.
ولا نخشى من تعدد الانتماءات. هوية الإنسان هي هوية تنشأ من تعدد انتماءاته. هناك انتماء ديني، هناك انتماء وطني لوطن فعلي، هناك انتماء وطني لوطن سابق، هناك انتماء عشائري، هناك انتماء قبلي، هناك انتماء للحسب وغيرها من الانتماءات. هل المشكلة أن البعض ينظر إلى هذه الانتماءات كهويات متقاطعة فتنشأ ازدواجية في داخل كل إنسان؟ ننظر إلى هذه الانتماءات كيف تشكل هذه الانتماءات هوية شخصية للإنسان.
We must not be afraid of multiple identities. So identities can be in the form of being British or being Shia or being from a certain country or being from a certain tribe. And so these multiple identities should not be something that we should be afraid of. Rather, we should be embracing them because humans are comprised of multiple identities, and these identities can come together to shape who we are moving forward.
هذه الانتماءات تحقق في الإنسان إذا أراد لها أن تتكامل ولا تتقاطع فيما بينها لخلق متدين صالح، مواطن صالح، ذو نسب صالح، فرد صالح في المجتمع. الصلاح عنوان عقلائي عام. هذا العنوان العقلائي يوجد ويسبب ويجعل الإنسان يسير على طبق الحق الذي يراه ويشخصه من خلال هذه الانتماءات. أما إذا نظرنا إلى الانتماءات على أنها هويات تتقاطع فنجد حتى في القبيلة من يرفض الدين ويعمل بعاداته القبلية السيئة، ويجد حتى المواطن يرفض الدين أو يأتي إلى الدين ويكون مواطنا سيئا بالقياس إلى مواطنيته. إذا لماذا؟ لأنه نظر إلى هذه الانتماءات كهويات تتقاطع فيما بينها. أما إذا نظرنا إليها انتماءات تعزز فكر الإنسان، تعزز كيف يوجد الإنسان ويخلق في داخله وفي نفسه هوية لمتدين صالح ومواطن صالح أيضا.
And when we face an issue when we have multiple identities and these create for us a good or a successful human being, the word you salih, it creates for us a harmony and understanding as a citizen living in this country. However, when we don't manage to amalgamate these identities together, we tend to get friction between them, and so therefore somebody who could be a good citizen would be against religion, or someone who's very religious could be against the citizenship, and so these identities have to come together to formulate the perfect or kind of the successful person, and we should be able to find a way to harmonize between them, not to fight between them.
إذن توجد هناك دوما المرحلة الوسطى، التطرف في كل شيء مرفوض، الإفراط والتفريط مرفوضين، فتوجد هناك جادة وسطى. هذه الجادة الوسطى هي التي تخلق الشخصية المتوازنة.
Extremism is dangerous in both sides, and so therefore we have to create a sense of a middle ground, a point whereby we find a balance between all these actions, and so therefore if we can achieve this balance, we can achieve success.
لذلك عندما نريد أن نحمي معتقدا دينيا نحميه بآليات مواطنيتنا. المعتقد لدى المواطن غير المعتقد لدى الزائر والمقيم. آليات المواطنة، المواطن لها آليات، لها مسؤوليات، لها حقوق. أريد أحافظ عن معتقد الدين مقدسه كيف من خلال آليات المواطنة التي يتيحها لنا هذا العالم المفتوح وهذا البناء القانوني في هذا البلد وفي كل بلد على حدة، يجب الاستفادة من تلك الآليات.
And so therefore we have to use our role as citizens in this country, not as visitors in this country, to understand how we can understand the framework that is currently within our grasp within this country or any other European or Western country, to protect and safeguard our beliefs and our theological standings. Again, to stress that once we understand how to engage in this country by using the laws of the land to preach or to kind of protect ourselves and our beliefs, then we can find success.
كربلاء وما جرى في عاشوراء ومسيرة الإمام الحسين سلام الله عليه تعطينا مهمة مواجهة الحدث. قد البعض لا يستطيع أن يواجه، يهاجر، يهاجر إلى مكان أكثر أمن، وهذه حرية. كربلاء تعطينا كيف نستطيع ونتملك تلك القرادة، تلك القوة، تلك العزيمة لمواجهة الأحداث مهما كانت الأحداث صعبة، لكنها بتفكير بمنهجية من خلال آليات وأطر تتيحها لنا بأن نحافظ على أنفسنا، نحافظ على أبنائنا، نحافظ على أجيالنا اللاحقة، ونثبت أسس في هذه البلاد البعيدة عن موطن الآباء، البعيدة عن مراقد أئمة أهل البيت سلام الله عليهم، كيف نجعل ذلك الاعتقاد مقدس وتحميه هذه الآليات القانونية هنا.
The events of Karbala, the stand of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam, what happened on the day of Ashura should give us a roadmap to success. It teaches us how to stand up for our beliefs. It teaches us how to say no when we feel that we are being compromised in one way or the other. And of course, those that feel that they cannot use, so obviously in this country we have then the two options. If we feel that we cannot safeguard our beliefs and we cannot stand up for what we stand for, then we can always immigrate. However, if we are going to remain here, Imam Hussain teaches us how we can fight for our beliefs, fight for our positions using the correct ways within the law in this country, and we create foundations for ourselves in this country that allow us to engage fully in the future.
بحمد الله في هذا عاشوراء كان لي التوفيق أن أشارك المعزين في شمال البلاد وشرقها وغربها، وكان الحضور الجماهيري والحضور الشبابي هو باعث أمل، بل هو دليل على أن تلك البذرة التي بذرها الآباء والأمهات في نفوس أبنائهم في حب الحسين بدأت تتجذر وتنمو. ولذلك أشد على أيدي الحركة الحسينية بحضورها الشبابي الذي يملأ مجالس متعددة، والهيئات الشبابية الأخرى التي كان لي الشرف في الحضور بينهم، أشد على أيديهم بالاستمرار بهذه الفعاليات، بالاستمرار بهذا التواصل، بالاستمرار بهذا الدفق المعنوي الذي لا يقف. من 10 المحرم يوم 11 بدأ موسم الحصاد.
I've been blessed to be in the UK for the past 10-15 days, and I've traveled up and down the country, visiting different centers, holding majalis to remember Imam Hussain alayhi salam, and I've been proud and happy to see the young people in numbers attending, and everyone sowing the seeds for harvest to kind of gain and captivate and capture the lessons of Muharram. And I also encourage and support organizations like Al-Haraka, Al-Hussainiya, amongst other mawakib or different organizations that hold majalis, to continue in this path in organizing majalis Imam Hussain, so that we can continue to sow this important seed in the 10 days, and we can then harvest and capture those fruits after the events of the Ashura and in these days now, inshallah.
أسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يأخذ بأيدي القائمين على هذا المؤتمر وعلى هذا الديوان العامر لما فيه الخير والصلاح، وأن يجعل البركة في أعمالكم، في أوقاتكم، في أبنائكم، وفي أموالكم، والبركة في أعماركم، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
I want to thank you, the organization and the centers, for this wonderful. I want to just thank the Diwan Kafil, this organization, everybody for attending today, and I hope, inshallah, I pray for you and for your success and for your prosperity, and inshallah you continue in these wonderful and amazing programs. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks to our esteemed guest, Sayyidina Tayyibullah Anfasakum, Jazakumullah Khair Jaza, and also to our translator, Amir. Our next guest is actually whispering that he got most of the translation wrong, I think, but he'll clarify for us later. Inshallah, next we are welcoming a man once again who needs little introduction, Sayyid Mehdi al-Mudarrisi, who is a scholar, a researcher, and an author, and comes from a family of well-known scholars, as you all will know, and he'll be continuing a discussion on reform in ourselves. And actually, I'll take a moment to just mention that Sayyid Mehdi, maybe he may not be aware, I WhatsApped him earlier, so I think he is now, but in the case of reform, he had a profound effect on myself in the younger years in London, where English majalis in particular were very few and far between. Sayyid Mehdi was leading the charge on the English majalis and had a very kind of defining role in my reform as a child, as well as many other friends that I have as well. So it's a great pleasure for me to invite him next to our podium. We'll be continuing our discussion. If you can welcome, please, Sayyid Mehdi. بذكر الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء وسيد المرسلين وحبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المكرمين الغرر الميامين، سيما بقية الله في الأراضين وحجته على الخلائق أجمعين، سيدنا وإمام زماننا وصاحب نعمتنا وولي أمرنا، مهدي هذه الأمة وطاووس أهل الجنة، الحجة بن الحسن العسكري، فداه أرواح العالمين. قال الله العظيم في محكم كتابه الكريم: يا قومنا أجيبوا داعي الله وآمنوا به يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم ويجزكم ويجركم من عذاب أليم. آمنا بالله صدق الله العلي العظيم. My respected scholars, elders, teachers, and brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Imagine that you have been given a box. Let's say you inherited an old antique wooden box with a lock. And you receive this as part of your inheritance from your grandfather. Now, of course, because you received it from a loved one, someone that you cherish and respect, it gains special significance. You care about it because you received it from an individual who played a big role in your life. But because you don't have the key to unlock the antique box, you're not aware of its contents. In other words, its value in your perception is based exclusively on the fact that you inherited the box from a loved one. And you might be completely unaware of the fact that if you're able to open the box, you might find a gemstone that's worth $100 million, for instance. And so your interaction, your connection with the box is out of sync with its true value. This is exactly what defines our relationship with Imam Al-Hussain. In other words, our appreciation of the Imam and his potential to inspire the entire world is out of sync with the way we interact with him. That's not to say that we don't appreciate Imam Al-Hussain. When you travel across the globe, as some of the dear scholars have, as I have over the last 20 years, meeting different communities and interacting with the members of this fraternity that we call the Shia faith, you find that people are willing to lay their lives for Imam Al-Hussain. During the period of commemorating the tragedy of Abu Abdullah alayhi salatu wassalam, the programs, the gatherings, the eulogies, they exude love and affection and affinity with the Imam. So there's no question that there is a very strong bond that connects us with the Imam. The problem is the fact that it's out of sync and disproportionate when it comes to the true value of the Imam. In other words, we've only tapped into 1 out of 1,000,000 in terms of what the Imam can actually do. The Holy Prophet is famous for saying, بِالْحُسَيْنِ تَسْعُدُونَ وَبِالْحُسَيْنِ تَشْقُونَ. In fact, it is exclusively through Hussein, who represents his father and his grandfather and embodies the values and principles and virtues and morals of this religion. It is exclusively through him that you can find happiness and you will achieve righteousness. And so when we begin to appreciate what Imam Al-Hussain can do, that is when we would have tapped into the source of all that is good, of what can truly transform and transfigure the moral landscape. Not just the moral landscape, but humanity will be transformed if Imam Al-Hussain was introduced as a guide, as an inspiration. If you look at events like Ziyarat al-Arba'in, for example, I said this in a procession a few years ago in Manhattan, in New York. I said, if you want a glimpse of what world peace looks like, look at this pilgrimage. It's the closest thing to world peace. It's the closest thing to unmatched harmony and synchronicity and beauty, where people are not judged based on any other factor than the fact that they are here to pledge their allegiance to divine values. Everybody's welcome. If you're a visitor of Imam al-Hussain, nobody asks you who you are, where you come from, your ethnicity, your tribal affiliations, nationality. All these things dissolve in the ocean of Hussain. And so, if you think about it, Ziyaratul Arba'in is based on one hadith. Ziyaratul Arba'in is a mere shadow of only a small fraction of what Ashura represents. The generosity that you see on an incredible, mind-bending scale, the almost 1 billion meals that are distributed, grata, is based on the fact that Imam al-Hussain displayed generosity on the day of Ashura that is then reverberated and reflected in Ziyaratul Arba'in. So imagine if we're actually able to reflect the entire picture. This is in this dunya. If Imam al-Hussain and his legacy is translated, it truly transforms the world. As for the afterlife, that's an area that is beyond our comprehension. Listen to this hadith by Imam al-Sadiq alayhi salam, who says, Ya Zurara, ma fil ardi mu'minatun illa وقد وجب عليها أن تسعد فاطمة عليها السلام في زيارة الحسين. The Imam is speaking in the context of our obligation to visit Imam al-Hussain. In particular, he mentions women and how they should bring joy to Fatima al-Zahra by visiting her son. ثم قال يا زرارة إنه إذا كان يوم القيامة جلس الحسين عليه السلام في ظل العرش. Again, Imam al-Hussein's position is such that paradise, with all of its exquisite beauty, unimaginable joy and happiness, doesn't even stand a chance. He says that on the Day of Judgment, Imam al-Hussain will be seated under the shadow of God's throne. وَجَمَعَ اللَّهُ زُوَارَهُ وَشِيعَتَهُ. And around him, he will be surrounded by his followers and his visitors. لِيُبْصِرُوا مِنَ الْكَرَامَةِ وَالنُّصْرَةِ وَالْبَهْجَةِ وَالسُّرُورِ. So that they are given or exposed to joy and happiness and victory. إِلَى أَمْرٍ لَا يَعْلَمُ صِفَتَهُ إِلَّا اللَّهُ. That only God can depict. In other words, it's not something that you can comprehend in any way. فَيَأْتِيهِمْ رُسُلُ أَزْوَاجِهِمْ مِنَ الْحُورِ الْعِينِ. And so the damsels in paradise, the spouses of the believers in paradise, will be waiting and waiting for the believers to come. Then they'll send messengers to go and say to these believers that we're still waiting for you. مِنَ الْجَنَّةِ فَيَقُولُونَ إِنَّا رُسُلُ أَزْوَاجِكُمْ إِلَيْكُمْ. We've been sent to ask you to come to paradise. Isn't this what you spent your whole life for? You faced all the suffering and pain and difficulty so that you could come to paradise, and now you're just waiting by the entrance? And so, or rather with Imam al-Hussain, إِنَّا رُسُلُ أَزْوَاجِكُمْ إِلَيْكُمْ يَقُلْنَ إِنَّا قَدْ اشْتَقْنَاكُمْ وَأَبْطَأْتُمْ عَنَّا. We're eagerly waiting for you. You've taken too long. فَيَحْمِلُهُمْ مَا هُمْ فِيهِ مِنَ السُّرُورِ وَالْكَرَامَةِ عَلَىٰ أَنْ يَقُولُوا لِرُسُلِهِمْ. The people surrounding Imam al-Hussain alayhi salatu wassalam are so overwhelmed with joy that they'll tell the messengers, سَوْفَ نَجِيئُكُمْ إِنْ شَاءَ اللَّهِ. Go back, we'll join you later on. Because they're looking at the beauty of the face of Abu Abdullah al-Hussain, which distracts them from all of the joys and pleasures and bliss of paradise. So Imam al-Hussain, whether it be this world or the next, he is our moral compass. He is what can truly give meaning and life and color to an otherwise dark and miserable world. بِالْحُسَيْنِ تَسْعُدُونَ. The issue is that, going back to the example that I mentioned earlier, we don't appreciate the value of Imam al-Hussain. We do to a very, very small extent, but we don't see the true potential of the Imam. Had Imam al-Hussain belonged to any other denomination, then you would see different results. You would see the propagation done, especially external propagation, to introduce the world to Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam on a completely different scale. And, I remember once going to a theatrical production. It's a play about Jesus Christ. And it was an incredible experience because it was a random Tuesday morning, and it was an Amish country somewhere in Pennsylvania, and we actually had to go through these Amish villages, and very difficult to get to, but we ended up getting there, and we went in, and the theater had 2,000 seats. Every single one of them was occupied, and it was like a $120 ticket that you had to pay. So we went in and we watched the theatrical production. I cried. Everybody cried. And I cried despite the fact that I knew that half the things that were being shown to us were not true. But it was a very powerful production. It was incredibly well orchestrated, well done, very expensive as well. My point is that the external propagation and the attention and priority that is given to promoting religious symbols and personalities of other religions is not something you can compare to what we do when it comes to Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam. The disparity is cause for concern. Again, it's a lack of appreciation. Because the minute you introduce people to Imam al-Hussain, you know for a fact that they're going to be gravitating towards him. لو عرف الناس محاسن كلامنا لاتبعونا, as Imam al-Ridha alayhi salam says. If only they're exposed to the beauty that is the words, teachings, and moral examples of the Ahlul Bayt, they'll gravitate towards them. They will fall head over heels in love with them. And so you don't need big budgets. You don't need to manipulate the masses. You don't need marketing techniques. You don't need behavioral sciences. All you need to do is show them to others and say, this is who Imam al-Hussain was. I once met a university professor at New York University who had converted to Tashayyu' because he heard the story of Hur. Not even Imam al-Hussain himself. The story of Hur represented the turning point for this professor of Islamic studies at New York University. So again, this gives you a glimpse. I personally have a keen interest in conversions that are caused at least partially by exposure to the legend of Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam. I've followed this for many years, recently wrote a book about it. And it's amazing to see how the smallest, most trivial detail in the story of Imam al-Hussain can completely transform an individual. And for them to shed all this baggage, all this affiliation that they have to their culture, to their religion, to their faith, and embrace Abu Abdullah al-Hussain is mind-blowing. And again, an indicative of the fact that Imam al-Husain's potential has yet to be tapped into. Imagine you have like an oil reserve of 1 billion barrels, and yet all you take out is a couple of barrels every year during a specific season, because we can't be bothered to go and extract the rest of the mineral. I'll mention a hadith which is again incredible, and it describes and explains this phenomenon of why people gravitate to the Imam. في كتاب مناقب آل أبي طالب لابن شهر آشور عن معاوية بن عمار عن الصادق عليه السلام قال رسول الله, listen carefully to this, إن حب علي قذف في قلوب المؤمنين. The love of Ali ibn Abi Talib is exclusive for the believers as opposed to the hypocrites. في قلوب المؤمنين فلا يحبه إلا مؤمن ولا يبغضه إلا منافق. Only a believer will love Ali ibn Abi Talib, and only a hypocrite will despise and abhor and hate Amir al-Mu'mineen. وإن حب الحسن والحسين قذف في قلوب المؤمنين والمنافقين والكافرين. As for the love of Hassan and Hussein, you know for a fact that there's something different, something essentially different about Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. People flock to him, they gravitate to him. This explains why so many Christians were able to forge a bond with Imam al-Hussein on his way to Karbala, in Karbala, after Karbala, the monk, the ambassador of the Roman emperor, and all of these stories that you hear begin to make sense, that there is a gravitational pull that Imam al-Hussein has, as well as Imam al-Hassan, that is unexplainable. قذف في قلوب المؤمنين والمنافقين والكافرين فلا ترى لهم ذاما. You never find anyone who criticizes or who hates Imam al-Hussein والإمام الحسن عليهم السلام. ودعا النبي الحسن والحسين قرب موته فقبلهما وشمهما وجعل يرشفهما وعيناه تهملان. وفي حديث, and there's another hadith by Amir al-Mu'minin عليه السلام, إن الحسن والحسين قد اشتركا في حبهما البر والفاجر. Again, whether you're righteous or evil, God forbid, they both find this affinity that's intrinsic to them towards Imam al-Hussein and Imam al-Hassan. And so what I'd like to propose, and I would like to conclude on this note, is that we need to look at new means of introducing people to Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. We talk about thinking outside the box. I'd like to talk about thinking outside the mosque. Having these sacred institutions that have given us all the tools, all the inspiration to flourish and to grow and to be where we are today. 30 years ago, none of these programs that you see right now were even things that you could imagine, right? 20 years ago, once again, you had small institutions, small buildings here and there holding majalis, but the momentum is absolutely incredible. And again, this shows the potential. The question is, where are we going to be in 20 years' time, in 30 years' time? Will we have more institutions? Inshallah we will. Will we commemorate the tragedy of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam with greater vigor and enthusiasm? Inshallah we will. But will we be able to tap into the potential of the Imam to a greater extent where non-Muslims and people of different denominations will also recognize Imam al-Hussein? I think this needs us to plan ahead and to figure out new means of doing this. For instance, I feel it's incredibly sad and demoralizing that when we want to introduce someone who's not Muslim to Imam al-Hussein, we still have to quote Gandhi. Whether or not that quote was authentic to begin with is another discussion. I think that we need to find new people who are influential, who are notable in this day and age. They're relatable to the new generation, who are introduced to Imam al-Hussein so that we could get them to speak about him and to extract quotes from them, right? And this isn't too difficult. In fact, it's a lot easier today than it was in the past. You know, the whole 6 degrees of separation theory. The fact that you can reach anybody, anywhere in the world through 6 or less connections. It's possible. This has actually been tested, right? My point is that with social media, with globalization, with the world becoming such a small place and a small village, it's possible for us to reach anybody. Now, I'm not saying that we should go and try and convert the Pope, but in your own locality, in your own city, in your own countries, you can begin to identify the individuals that you can perhaps address, you can write to, you can go meet and say, we have somebody, this is his story, this is his legend, these are his teachings, share a few books with them, and they will gravitate to the Imam. They will be inspired by the Imam, even if they choose to maintain their existing religious affiliation, even if they don't convert to Islam. It doesn't matter, as long as you connect them to Imam al-Hussain and make sure that they're inspired by him. And then, of course, when they speak, use those quotes and try and speak about Imam al-Hussain using those influential individuals. أشهد أنك قتلت ولم تمت. Imam al-Hussain is the spring of life. بل برجاء حياتك حيت قلوب شيعتك. I bear witness that you were killed, but you never died. In fact, it was through the inspiration that we get from you that your followers were able to survive. وَبِضِيَاءِ نُورِكَ اهْتَدَى الطَّالِبُونَ إِلَيْكَ. It was your light that led people toward you. Again, you don't need to shed light on Imam al-Hussain. His light exudes inspiration. وَأَشْهَدُ أَنَّكَ نُورُ اللَّهِ الَّذِي لَمْ يُطْفَأْ وَلَا يُطْفَأُ أَبَدًا. You're God's light, He will never be extinguished. وأنك وجه الله الذي لم يهلك ولا يهلك أبدا وأشهد أن هذه التربة تربتك. I bear witness, you say in the ziyarah, that this is your grave. وهذا الحرم حرمك وهذا المصرع مصرع بدنك. This is the place where your body was killed and you were interred. لا ذليل والله معزك ولا مغلوب والله ناصرك. No one is humiliated if they receive support from you. And so let us try and appreciate the value of Imam al-Hussain, number one. And number two, invent new, innovative means of introducing him to the world, inshallah. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi at-tahirin.
Ahsantum, many thanks to our esteemed guest, Sayyid Mahdi al-Mudarrisi. Once again, if we could thank him with another salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Inshallah, our next guest, once again, I'm very happy to be able to call a friend of mine, our dear Sheikh Azhar Nasser. Sheikh Azhar was born and raised in Michigan and has a degree in cultural anthropology from the University of Michigan. And after completing his academic studies, he pursued his religious studies at the Hawza of Najaf, the seminary of Najaf, under the offices of Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Sistani and Grand Ayatollah Al-Hakim. And in addition to this, his extensive study of classical religious texts, he has also taught introductory courses to students, Western students at the seminary. Sheikh Azhar has a deep passion for the study of the Holy Quran, which of course is evident from his lectures that I'm sure many of you have heard. And he's also the religious director of curriculum planning and the co-founder of Tasneem Institute. I'm sure there's a reference in a hadith that says you know somebody well when you travel with them. And I've had alhamdulillah, the opportunity to travel with the Sheikh in the last few trips to the holy lands of Iraq and Iran with Haraka tours, which we'll give you some more information about later. And he is a gentleman as well as a scholar, so I'm very happy to welcome him to the podium. And please welcome him with a very warm salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, respected scholars, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In Ziyaratul Arba'een, there is a beautiful line in which Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq alayhi salam highlights one of the primary objectives of the sacrifice of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. And this is where the Imam says, addressing his grandfather, Imam Al-Hussain, he says, وَبَذَلَ مُهْجَتَهُ فِيكَ. Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam, he gave his muhja for the sake of Allah. And the word muhja, the linguists, they say that it refers to the blood that circulates in the heart. Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam gave the blood of his heart, essentially his life. For what purpose? The ziyarah says, لِيَسْتَنْقِذَ عِبَادَكَ مِنَ الْجَهَالَةِ وَحَيْرَةَ الضَّلَالَةِ. Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam, he gave the blood of his heart in the way of Allah in order to rescue your servants from ignorance and from the confusion of misguidance. One aspect of the revolution of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam that I think is not emphasized enough is the fact that the Imam wanted to start a revival of the Islamic knowledge, the sacred knowledge of his grandfather Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi. Now the question is, how are we supposed to impart and preserve this sacred knowledge? Because this was one of the primary objectives of Imam Al-Hussain. لِيَسْتَنْقِذْ عِبَادَكَ مِنَ الْجَهَالَةِ. When you look at the Holy Quran, you see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us the perfect model for Islamic education. How we are to impart these sacred sciences to others. And the methodology, the way in which we are to teach, and what are we supposed to prioritize is encapsulated in the conversation between Luqman and his son. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he speaks about Luqman, he describes him as a man of profound wisdom. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says, وَإِذْ قَالَ لُقْمَانُ لِابْنِهِ وَهُوَ يَعِظُهُ. And when Luqman said to his son, while he was admonishing him and advising him, Ya bunay. We have to stop here for a moment and highlight that from an Islamic perspective, one of the most important pillars of Islamic pedagogy is what? When you want to impart knowledge, you have to do it with love and gentleness and affection. If you want the student to be receptive to this sacred knowledge, you can't be harsh. You have to have this gentleness. Ya bunay. He uses this term of endearment. Ya bunay. And this was the way of the Prophet. He propagated and taught people through his noble character, through his gentleness. Now, if you look at this conversation between Luqman and his son, Luqman is very methodical. He's very structured in the way that he teaches. So he begins by saying what? Ya bunay la tushrik billah. إِنَّ الشِّرْكَ لَظُلْمٌ عَظِيمٌ. He says to his son, do not ascribe partners with Allah. لا تشرك بالله. He begins with what? The sacred education begins with what? It begins with constructing a correct worldview. The problem today is we have many people who have a secular worldview and they want to learn Islam. They pray, they fast, but they have a secular, a liberal worldview. Luqman alayhi salam, he begins with what? He begins with worldview. He begins with theology. He begins with belief. And he says what? La tushrik billah. He doesn't say to his son that Allah is one. He says don't ascribe partners to Allah. So he actually begins by speaking about shirk. And this is also very wise. Because sometimes in order to demonstrate the truth of Islam, we have to first demonstrate the falsehood of all of the other isms. We have a lot of isms that we have to tackle today. Liberalism, secularism, feminism, and the list continues. So he first demonstrates the flimsy foundations of all of those other isms that are antithetical to Tawheed. La tushrik billah. And here, he doesn't stop there. When it comes to aqeedah, when it comes to belief, Luqman is always giving rationale. Inna shirka la dhulmun azim. There's an explanation there. And this is to highlight that the foundational beliefs in Islam have to be evidence-based. They have to be logical, right? So he says, Inna shirka la dhulmun azim. And Luqman is highlighting that the theoretical and the practical shirk, they have to be avoided. Because why should it be avoided? He doesn't just say, don't commit shirk. He explains why you shouldn't commit shirk. Inna shirka la dhulmun azim. Because it's a great injustice to the human soul to go on a path and to orient yourself towards anything other than Allah. Because if you seek anything other than Allah, you are seeking something that is as needy as you are. It's an act of injustice against the self. And then the ayat continue. And you see that Luqman, he says to his son, again, Ya bunay, in taku mithqala habbatin min khardal, fatakun fi sakhratin, أو في السماوات أو في الأرض يأتي بها الله. He begins with Tawheed. And then he transitions to what? He then speaks about the attributes of Allah. You know, this is exactly what we see in the statements of Ahlul Bayt. أول الدين معرفته. We see this in the tarbiyah of Luqman. So here, Luqman is saying what? Oh my beloved son, Innaha, even if it, the good that you do, the bad that you do, even if it is the size of a mustard seed, and it's hidden inside of a rock, or it's in the heavens, or on the earth, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bring it out. And this is important, my dear brothers and sisters. So now he begins with what? Al-Mabda' La tushrik billah. And then he transitions to what? Al-Ma'ad. It's very structured. It's very methodical. He's building the foundation. He's inculcating within his son this idea that there is accountability. What you do in this life, it lasts forever. It's permanent. You are accountable. Don't think that you can get away, you can escape justice. Maybe in dunya, no one will hold you accountable. Maybe you will escape justice in dunya. But there is a justice that awaits you, the hereafter. And then look at the genius and the wisdom of Luqman. He establishes al-mabda wal-ma'ad. He solidifies the foundation. And this is how we have to teach our children. You know, sometimes we begin teaching them wudu and tayammum and what do you do if there's a janazah, but they don't even know who Allah is. They've already been secularized and liberalized. You have to be like Luqman. You begin with the foundations. You address all of the other isms that are antithetical to that God-centric worldview. And then what does he do? He begins with beliefs. And then what does he say? Ya bunay aqim as-salah. He transitions from theology to what? To beliefs, to practice. Meaning faith is not something that just is in your heart. Shaykh, I have a good heart. That's wonderful. Allah will put your heart in Jannah, and then the rest of you, it depends on what you do with it. Belief has to be translated into action. And the most important amal is what? Salah. Ya bunay aqim as-salah. Salah anchors you. It even anchors those beliefs that you have. And then what does he say? Ya bunay aqim as-salah. And then what's the next part? Wa'mur bil ma'ruf wanha 'anil munkar. This ayah is very powerful, especially in secular societies, where the understanding is what? That religion is just a private matter between you and your Creator. Spirituality is just for the masjid. Your relationship with Allah is just between you and Him. Keep it private. What does Luqman say here? He says, no, religion is not a private affair. You have an ethical obligation towards the wider society. You have a responsibility. You know, people say, you know, no one is saying judge. And sometimes you say, oh, it's not my business. It is your business. Allah made it your business. If there's fasad, if there's corruption, you have a moral, a religious obligation to reform. وَأْمُرْ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَانْهَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ. Enjoin what is good and forbid what is evil. Now today, unfortunately, forget about what constitutes good and evil. People don't even know what a man is and what a woman is today. And these are one of the signs of the end of times. We have a hadith that's mentioned, Shaykh Al-Hurr Al-Amili in Wasa'il Al-Shi'a, he reports a tradition where Imam Al-Sadiq quotes the Prophet. And this hadith is found in both Sunni and Shi'a hadith references. The Prophet says, كَيْفَ بِكُمْ. He's addressing his companions. كَيْفَ بِكُمْ إِذَا فَسَقَتْ نِسَاؤُكُمْ وَفَسَدَ شَبَابُكُمْ. What are you going to do when a time comes when your women become corrupt and shameless and your youth are also corrupt? وَلَمْ تَأْمُرُوا بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَلَمْ تَنْهَوْا عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ. A time is going to come where you will not enjoin what is good and you will not forbid what is evil. The Sahaba, they were shocked. They said, قِيلَ وَيَكُونُ ذَلِكَ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. Is this really going to happen? The Prophet says, نَعَمْ وَشَرٌ مِّن ذَلِكَ. Even worse is going to happen. كَيْفَ بِكُمْ إِذَا أَمَرْتُمْ بِالْمُنْكَرِ وَنَهَيْتُمْ عَنِ الْمَعْرُوفِ. What is going to be your condition when you enjoin what is evil and you forbid what is good? They said, Ya Rasulullah, وَيَكُونُ ذَلِكَ. Is this really going to happen? The Prophet says, Na'am, وَشَرٌ مِّن ذَلِكَ. Even worse. What could be worse? The Prophet says, كَيْفَ بِكُمْ إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُ الْمُنْكَرَ مَعْرُوفًا. كَيْفَ بِكُمْ إِذَا رَأَيْتُمُ الْمُنْكَرَ مَعْرُوفًا وَالْمَعْرُوفَ مُنْكَرًا. What is going to be your condition when you perceive evil as good and good as evil? Your entire moral compass is upside down. What are you going to do? And this is happening today, my dear brothers and sisters. Just last month, the dreadful month of Pride Month, What happened? Do you know what happened in Canada? Just last month. In the province of Alberta in Canada, and these are countries that claim to be countries of freedom, freedom of expression, freedom of religion. In Canada, last month, a teacher berated her Muslim student, chastised him publicly. Why? What did he do? He's a middle school kid. Because he did not want to participate in pride celebrations. And I'll quote to you some of the things that she said. And this is why I believe that part of our Islamic education needs to include how to respond to these isms today. For instance, she says to this Muslim student, she says that, it goes two ways. If you want to be respected for who you are, if you don't want to suffer prejudice for your religion, your color of skin, your whatever, then you better give it back. That's how it works. It's an exchange. So she's telling this young Muslim boy that, listen, we respect Islam. That means you have to respect Pride Month. Have we taught our kids how to respond? How do you respond to this? The way that you respond is actually very simple. We say to these people that Islam doesn't teach us that respect is something that's based on reciprocity. That you scratch my back and I scratch your back. In Islam, respect is based on principle. You respect us, fine. But just because you respect us, it doesn't mean that I have to reciprocate by respecting you, even if you commit moral abominations. We reject the premise. She also continues and she says that all of those kids, they were here when you did Ramadan. We celebrated Ramadan, so you also have to come and celebrate Pride Month. But we say to them, did Muslims bully and pressure non-Muslims to come and celebrate? If a Christian does not want to participate in a month of Ramadan celebration, it would be impermissible in our religion to pressure him to do so. But that's not what's happening today. And who gets to decide what constitutes respect? Who gets to decide what respect looks like? The way that we show respect in this environment where people of different backgrounds live together, we peacefully coexist by choosing not to participate. Why is it that respect equals public affirmation? Who decided that? Who died and made you the one who defines what respect looks like? And furthermore, why is it, who decided, and this is what we've mentioned in some of our talks, who decided that sexuality is an identity? That's an assumption. That's an assumption that's being made. In Islam, sexuality is not who you are. We don't define ourselves by our desires. There are certain behaviors that are sanctioned and certain behaviors that are prohibited. The point that I'm trying to make is, my dear brothers and sisters, we have to teach our kids first and foremost what ma'roof is and what munkar is, and how to respond, how to defend themselves. We have to be aware of what's happening. We live in a time where, as the hadith says, munkar is perceived as ma'roof. Someone a few months ago said, Sheikh, you're cisgender. I honestly thought it was an illness. What is cisgender? Cisgender means that your gender conforms with your biological sex, as if this is some type of condition. Sheikh, oh, you're preaching heteronormativity, as if it's some type of bigotry. We are living in a time where the normal is being marginalized. We used to call that just being normal, but now it has a name and it sounds like some type of illness. We have to teach our kids what is ma'roof, what is munkar, how to respond, how to be proud of who they are, not to be bullied. In the past, we used to worry about kids bullying our children. Now we have to worry about teachers bullying our kids. And then I'll end with this. After Luqman speaks about theology, belief, practice, being an active member of society, the importance of speaking and preaching morality. Now, I know there are circumstances where you can't say anything, but when it comes to nahi anil munkar, there is a degree of nahi anil munkar that is obligatory upon every believer. It's wajib aini, and that is al-inkarul qalbi. A few years ago, they did a poll in the US. Half, 45 to 50% of American Muslims have no issue with same-sex relations. What is this? That means what? We've lost the spirit of nahi anil munkar. And then the ayah ends with what? وَاصْبِرْ عَلَى مَا أَصَابَكَ. It's as though Luqman knows that if you want to take the path of Amr bil Ma'ruf wa Nahi anil Munkar, you will face a lot of opposition. But be patient. Be patient. إِنَّ ذَلِكَ من عزم الأمور. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
Many thanks to our dear Sheikh Azhar Nasser, Tayyib Allah Anfasakum, and once again appreciate all of our scholars in this first morning joining us after such a busy period over the last 10-11 days and making the journey from various parts of the UK. It doesn't go unappreciated at all. Next, our next guest and our next esteemed speaker is also a tireless worker in the community, and we're hoping to shed some light on the female perspective of reform within ourselves for our next speaker. We're going to welcome our dear sister Al-Baneen Marali, who is an internationally renowned scholar and teacher and has an extensive background in Islamic education and is one of the 4 founding members of the Hujjat Saturday workshop. Al-Baneen Marali was fundamental in organizing summer camps at Stanmore, as well as the establishment of night classes for boys and girls to run in parallel with the main program during the holy months of Muharram, the holy months of Safar, and the holy month of Shahr Ramadan. Also, CEO and founder of Q Fatima, which is a fantastic resource online. If you have children, I highly recommend that you go and check it out. Sister Al-Baneen Marali has worked tirelessly to produce excellent Islamic resources, which are always very simple, very relevant, very easy to understand, and easy to access as well. On a wider scale, our next guest, dear Sister Al-Baneen, has resided on the executive committee of the Harrow Interfaith and coordinates various interfaith activities too. So we're looking forward to hearing her point of view, and if you could welcome her with a very loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. Esteemed scholars, my husband, brothers and sisters in Islam, and the children, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. When Mustafa asked me to speak, and I saw the list of phenomenal scholars over here, I said, are you sure? I don't have any qualifications. I'm simply a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 9, and these are the only qualifications I have. And the topic that I'm supposed to speak about is how I saw my Rabb through my grandmother, a lesson in divine parenting. My first memories are waking up to the sight of the highest mountain in Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro. I actually climbed it this year, and hearing my father reciting the adhan from the local mosque. And I also remember my grandmother's majestic musalla laid out from the time of Salatul Layl. Her rahil was standing nearby with her annotated Quran and her Mafatih al-Jinan. My father died when I was 10, but I remember the day like it was yesterday. I was at a wedding house when I was suddenly told that I had to go home. At the entrance of our house, it was like the whole town had gathered. I saw them carrying somebody out on a stretcher. It was my papa. He was 37 years old. I ran upstairs. My mama was surrounded by her siblings and she was beside herself. My grandma took me by the hand and we went to the terrace. We had a flat roof on top of our house. And she opened her hair and raised her hands and she said, "O Rabb of Hussain, take my life and give it to my son. But if this is your will, then like Hussain, I am at peace with what you have decreed." My grandma had lost 12 siblings. Her eldest son in a car crash at 40. An adopted son at 22, a day after he got engaged. And now my father at 37 from an antibiotic injection. She waited. And then when she saw them carry my father away, she hugged me and she said, "From today, you are my Ghulam Abbas," which is my father's name, "and you have to look after your mother and 3 younger siblings." The youngest of them was 2. She taught me how important Salah was, to manage our lives around Salah. We lived in a massive house, 3 stories, 16 bedrooms. Half an hour before Salah time, you could hear the clacking of her wooden shoes to go to do wudu. The house went silent and then came back to life when we'd finished Salah. We would not have our meals until we had prayed. It was never imposed on us. It was just the atmosphere she created. I've not been able to witness a more clear picture of the love of the Rabb of Hussain, as she called him, than what my grandma exhibited. When you looked at my grandma, you saw Hussain. Every night after our evening meal, we would run to her room and climb up on her bed. Besides the birthdays of the Ma'asumeen and the Eids, when she recited a nasheed, every day it would be a marthiyah for Imam Hussain. And then she gave us chocolates from the best manufacturers in the world. My grandma taught by living. She didn't talk the talk, she walked the walk. She taught me that the biggest blessings in life are the things right around you that you take for granted. The air in your lungs, the roof over your head, the food in your stomach. She thanked God for every breath, every day, every smile, every pain. And with a smile, she would say, "E Malik tujulak shukr," which means, "Oh, the owner," or as you say, Malik Yawmiddin, you know, the owner of the Day of Judgment, 100,000 thank yous to you. I used to say this all the time, and my children, because they didn't understand Gachi at the time, used to think that when you're tired and your legs hurt, you're supposed to say, "E Malik tajalak shukr." My grandma taught me to thank God in every situation. She said that's the only way that I would know the big picture. She would say, "Alhamdulillah fi kulli hal." Say Alhamdulillah in absolutely everything. She taught me that thanking God for difficult situations would help handing over to Him and acknowledging that He was ultimately in control. On the dining table, if there was any talk that wasn't conducive, Ma would immediately ask for the water to be changed. The water absorbs the vibes, she said, and I don't want those vibes in the water you're drinking. In our fridges, there were 114 containers, little vials of water, on which she had read the 114 surah of the Quran. We had a stomachache. She would say, 111. That's Surah, by the way. But medicine as well. Dua and dua was her favorite line. In every kunut of mine, I see her face. And I pray that I can be an iota of what she was. When my son gave me a card on my birthday saying, "Mama, you are in every kunut and separation from you is the only real unrest in my soul," I wept. I'd never told him about my grandma because I'd always thought she was only mine. She taught me that the community and its center is the central hub of our lives, and that the opportunity to serve the community as a volunteer in the Hussainiya was the greatest achievement you can ever get. I remember the preparation that was done for the 10 days leading up to Ashura. My father used to ensure that the center was cleaned, the black banners were put up. He used to practice the eulogies, and his business was a forgotten entity for weeks. My grandmother made sure our old clothes were dyed black. As I close my eyes, I still see her sitting on a stool with a large pot in front of her with black dye. Why? I would tell her, why? She would say, it's about being a Hussaini. So when my 5-year-old grandson came home on the morning of Ashura and said, Nani, I've worn black. I've got a headband that says Hussain. Nani, when are we going to start Islam? He actually meant the Amal. It took me back to my grandma. She lives through the children and grandchildren. On Eid, my grandma would make vermicelli, and when we sat down to eat, she would say, do you see all the strands? They're all different shades of brown. They don't go snap, crackle, prop. You've got to live in peace, she said. That's what life is about. Diversity in color or gender does not give you any advantage over another person. It's God consciousness that raises you. She made sure that Eid al-Ghadir was the Eid in which she gave us the most presents. This Eid is your identity, she told me. She would say, and you know what? Every wall of our house seemed like it was saying Ali. Even the parrot we owned, whenever he saw Ma, he would say, Ya Ali. When my eldest granddaughter was born, with severe cerebral palsy, excuse me, it was my grandmother's word that gave me strength. Ask the Rabb of Hussain in moments of adversity, he said, to show you the silver lining. She taught me, Allahumma inni la asaluka radd al-qada, walakin asaluka lutfan fihi. Don't ask him to take away his qada, his destiny for you, but tell him to show you what is good in what he gave you. And you know what? He did. Every time someone sees my granddaughter or hears about her, they either raise their hands in dua for her, or they thank him for what they have. She cannot sit or stand or hold her hand or hold her head or talk. Sophia communicates through her eyes and her hands. She lifts the right hand for yes and the left hand for no. But you know what? She is our most awesome father. She is something incredible. I'd like to end with a letter I wrote to my grandma. Or let me say, I still write to my grandma, to which I add to all the time. Dear Ma, I'm going to start by saying thank you. Thank you for being my mountain and my safe place. Thank you for teaching me how to pray and recite Quran. Thank you for teaching me how to believe without theologies. Thank you for teaching me to be Hussaini. Thank you for your words, your wisdom, your silence, your smiles. Thank you, Ma, for being you. You taught me that the most important relationship is the relationship with divinity and His chosen ones. You taught me that family came first, followed by the Hussaini community. You taught me what it means to leave a legacy. You taught me what it means to forgive and love unconditionally, that the most important thing in life was to make others feel loved and appreciated. It is said that people will forget what you said. They'll forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. Ma, whenever I was around you, I felt better about myself. I felt peaceful. You taught me that chocolate cures everything, and laughter and tears are both healing for the soul. You taught me that it's never what you say when people are looking at you that makes a difference, but it's what you don't say when they're not around. You taught me to remember Sayyidah Zainab in difficulties and trials, and remember her words, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila. More than anything else, you taught me that it's enough to be me. You know, Ma, you were grand in your love, grand in your gentleness, grand even in your correction, in your generosity, in your wisdom, and grand in being Hussaini. I can only raise my hands in dua for you in every breath I take, that He grants you the house in Jannah that you always told me to build. In sharing this letter with you, the message is to recognize that every action gets passed down through generation. It's not about the things you do, but the atmosphere you create. My grandmother, what she did is possible for each one of us. It isn't rocket science. You don't need a degree, you don't need any formal education. You just need to be an Ahlul Bayti. You need to follow their guidance, and you need to love Hussain. And maybe I can end with something that I absolutely believe in, which is always to understand and be understood. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم. جزاكم الله خيرا.
Many thanks to our dear sister Al-Balil Marali for those touching words. Inshallah, we are going to have a break for Salah and also lunch at the same time very shortly. So I'll explain before Adhan what the process will be to make sure that everyone's in the right place. Before then, we have a small introduction from our sponsor and official partner for today, the Zahra Trust. I'm going to welcome our dear brother Salim Qasim to the podium to discuss a little bit about Zahra Trust and the amazing work that they do. So if you could welcome him with a very loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. So I think over the last 10 nights many of us will have attended Muharram Majalis, and yesterday we had the Maqtal of Imam Hussain. Many of us will also have been to the procession in central London. So I think it's fair to say that most of us are tired, if not exhausted. So the question is, why are we all here today? What brings us here today? And I think the answer is very simple. There is one reason that brings us all together in our state where we're exhausted and we're so tired, and that is the love that we have for Rasulullah and his holy progeny. And I think it's in the same vein that the Zahra Trust in 2008, 15 years ago, was established. The organization was established in the aim of alleviating poverty amongst marginalized and displaced communities around the world. The Ahlul Bayt are known for their generosity. They're known for the fact that they would never turn anybody down. If anyone came to their door, they would always answer and they would give what they could. And this is the same ethos that we adopt at the Zahra Trust, where we want to help anyone, anyone that comes our way. With this, we have been to Myanmar and we've helped the Rohingya brothers and sisters. In 2015, during the migrant crisis, we went to Greece, and there were people in this very room that volunteered alongside us as well. And till today, we help orphans and widows who have been affected by wars and conflicts in countries like Iraq, Yemen, and Afghanistan. Also, earlier this year, you'll know the devastating Syria and Turkey earthquake that took place. We were able to dispatch a rapid needs assessment team within 24 hours. And shortly after that, we had 12 doctors on the ground with our team of staff that were there who were able to assist and offer 24/7 care. Now, I think it's important to say at this point that none of this would be possible without the generosity of donors like yourselves. And I wanted to stand here and take this opportunity to thank you all for what you've done for so many people around the world and for changing so many lives. And I think also, if you can remember our brothers and sisters, please, in your du'as whenever you can. In terms of the Zahra Trust, if you would like any more information about the work that we do, there are people in the room with lanyards on, with blue lanyards, and we have on the ladies' side. So during the break, you'll be able to go around from the gents, and there are stalls there. You can find out more information. If you would like to pledge anything or make a donation, you can do that. And we also have items for sale. Would encourage you to purchase things, and remember that everything that you do, everything that you give today will directly impact and help so many lives around the world. With that, as I finish, if you can turn your attention to the screen, please. We have a short video highlighting the impact of all your donations in the year 2022. Yeah, if we can play the video, please. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Brothers and sisters, first and foremost, many thanks to all of our esteemed guests who have joined us, or joined us rather, so far this morning. And also thank you for your patience, for your attention. Truly a great crowd to have such an amazing opportunity to be with today. Inshallah, the adhan for Salat Dhuhr and Asr is probably in about 2 minutes. In regards to the structure of what's going to happen, if I could please ask my brothers, all the men who are in the room, to make an exit on the way to the area where the men will pray. It will be on the adjoining hall. So on the way, you'll see that lunch is being prepared by the door. So please feel free to grab lunch with you. Inshallah, during this break, we're going to have salah, lunch as well, and then we'll make an announcement so you can start to make your way back to your chairs. The plan for the afternoon, by the way, we have a small note on Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya from one of our guests, and then we have 2 panels. One is on raising a Hussaini family, and the second one is about our role in the time of the occultation of our 12th and awaited Savior, Imam al-Hujjah Ajjalallahu Ta'ala Farajah al-Sharif. So, inshallah, we're going to have a break now. If I could ask the brothers to please rise and go towards that side, inshallah, then we'll read the adhan very shortly. For the sisters, this is the area you'll be having your salah break and your lunch. And the back room down there, the door will be closed, so you can find a place to pray. And inshallah, if I could ask the sisters who are in the far room to make your way to the main hall. Even if you have children with you for this period, if there are any sisters in the far hall, that will become the salah room for gentlemen. Jazakumullah. And inshallah, we'll resume very, very shortly. Thank you very much. Sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
This Muharram, join us in honoring the legacy of Imam Hussain alayhi salam and the heroes of Karbala by making a real impact in the lives of the most vulnerable. Through our water aid initiatives, you can provide life-saving access to clean water for those in desperate need. By donating and supporting an orphan throughout the year, you can provide them with the nurturing environment they need to thrive. Your contribution can shape the future of refugees seeking safety and shelter by providing them with essential aid. You can also empower widows through training programs, enabling them to regain their independence and build a brighter future for themselves and their families. At the Zahra Trust, we offer aid in more than one way. You can provide vital medical aid, nourishing food, quality education, and support to our beneficiaries. Answer the call for a better world. Donate now and make a difference. This Muharram, join us in honoring the legacy of Imam Hussain alayhi salam and the heroes of Karbala by making a real impact in the lives of the most vulnerable. Through our water aid initiatives, you can provide life-saving access to clean water for those in desperate need. By donating and supporting an orphan throughout the year, you can provide them with the nurturing environment they need to thrive. Your contribution can shape the future of refugees seeking safety and shelter by providing them with essential aid. You can also empower widows through training programs, enabling them to regain their independence and build a brighter future for themselves and their families. At the Zahra Trust, we offer aid in more than one way. You can provide vital medical aid, nourishing food, quality education, and support to our beneficiaries. Answer the call for a better world. Donate now and make a difference. In the face of illness and suffering, access to vital medical procedures can mean the difference between life and death. Donate to zahratrust.com/Muharram and become a beacon of hope for those in need. This Muharram, join us in honoring the legacy of Imam Hussain alayhi salam and the heroes of Karbala by making a real impact in the lives of the most vulnerable. Through our water aid initiatives, you can provide life-saving access to clean water for those in desperate need. By donating and supporting an orphan throughout the year, you can provide them with the nurturing environment they need to thrive. Your contribution can shape the future of refugees seeking safety and shelter by providing them with essential aid. You can also empower widows through training programs, enabling them to regain their independence and build a brighter future for themselves and their families. At the Zahra Trust, we offer aid in more than one way. You can provide vital medical aid, nourishing food, quality education, and support to our beneficiaries. Answer the call for a better world. Donate now and make a difference. In a world torn by conflict and displacement, millions of refugees are forced to leave their homes, seeking safety and solace in unfamiliar lands. Their lives are marked by uncertainty, resilience, and the urgent need for our support. By standing together and extending a helping hand, we can provide refuge, hope, and a chance for a better tomorrow to those who have been uprooted from their lives. Donate at zahratrust.com/Muharram. Nearly half of all deaths in children under 5 can be attributed to undernutrition. It's a silent crisis that demands our urgent attention. Let us come together in the spirit of Imam Hussein's compassion and generosity by providing nourishing meals to
also بسم الله الرحمن صل على محمد. Thank you very much. As briefly explained, each of you, it's long. More that would be great. Just if you inshallah, I'm sure something like that. So say, there you go.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. My dear respected scholars, Assalamu alaikum Hajj. Haidar, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, beautiful anecdote, hadith. Some Sadiq alayhi salam, and he says to him, we have a maid who works for us. And this maid, maybe break something or misplace something or whatever. And when she does, she quits to by saying, why? إذا ذكرتموه بكيتم إني لم أفعل. She would say, I swear in the name. Now remember, those maids back in those days, for the most part, they weren't Muslim. But what she had done was that she recognized there was something that the entire family revolved around, something that identified the family, something that was sacred to them and holy. And so she would use that to redeem herself or to exonerate herself. And the statement was this: I swear in the name of the one whom you cry for whenever you mention his name. In other words, I swear in the name of Imam Al-Hussain, I didn't do this. Or I ask you to forgive me. Now, this man is telling Imam As-Sadiq about his maid who makes that statement. The Imam said to him, Rahimakumullah min ahli bayt. May Allah bless such a household. A household where the name of Imam Al-Hussain is omnipresent, where the remembrance of Imam Al-Hussain is taken so seriously. Whenever his name is mentioned, people burst into tears. And even the maid recognizes how dear the name of Imam Al-Hussain is to this family, hence her appeal to Abu Abdullah Al-Hussain. Our aim should be to try and build a family that looks like this, where the end result is Imam As-Sadiq praying and invoking God's mercy upon such a household, inshallah.
Many thanks, Sayyidina. We'll go to Sayyid Ali next. So first of all, thank you for your time, Sayyidina. I know you've had quite a distance to travel, and you're also Edinburgh. Jazakumullah khair jaza. So we apologize first of all because Edinburgh is nearly as far as South London, Sayyidina. So Sayyid, just a little bit of an insight into Sayyid as well, has lived both in London and now is also living in Najaf. So I think you have a bit of a deeper insight than all of us about maybe the details and the differences between life in the West and life technically back home as well. So maybe your thoughts before we go to the Q&A on the Hussaini family, Sayyid.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين حبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين واللعن الدائم على أعدائهم أجمعين من الآن إلى قيام يوم الدين. I'll start with an ayah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذين يقولون ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. It's very difficult to live in London and going back to Iraq because there's two different cultures. To be honest, I was surprised of some of the topics of some of our brothers and speakers. And I had this argument with Haji Mustafa Masood a few days ago that some of the topics are irrelevant to speaking in Muharram. But living and seeing the brothers and sisters here, so these topics are necessary to speak about. And I had this debate with you as well before the break. Unfortunately, alhamdulillah, we don't have such a problem in Iraq or in the Middle East. For example, the LGBT community and stuff, the gender, and these stuff. It's very, and as I think Sayyid Mehdi mentioned before, or Sayyid Fadl Milani, that if you can't, or Sayyid Muhammad Ali was if you can't, one of them. If you can't, or some of them, if you can't resist and can't stay here, go back to your countries. But these, I think going back is a failure, to be honest. You have to show who is Hussain on that day who stood there. The righteous has to stay and defend their belief. Therefore, there's a narration from our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. رَبُّوا أَوْلَادَكُمْ عَلَى ثَلَاثِ خَصَالٍ. Raise your children in three attributes. حُبِّ نَبِيِّكُمْ حب أهل بيته وتعلم القرآن. These three, if you raise your children with these three, is a one package. أهل البيت and the Quran, as the hadith says, إني تارك فيكم الثقلين كتاب الله وأهل بيتي. These two, when you have them, you're safe in anywhere. But the parents' duties are to drill belief in the mentality of the children with their actions. Let the parents be the role models for the children. And I don't want to go more in depth, inshallah, on another topic.
Barakallah, big Sayyid. Now, I think the Q&A, there are going to be some questions about that, definitely, so we can come back to that. Shaykhna, bismillah, thank you for staying with us and joining us, and apologies we had to rush you between Salah and lunch and get you on the stage to the Qasad al-Karam as well. Tfaddal, Shaykhna.
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's wonderful to be sandwiched between two Sayyids. It's a great feeling. I've not had that feeling, I think, for a long time, but it feels blessed, honestly. There was a wonderful video I saw last year and a similar one this year. There was a few kids coming to a majlis in one of the places in the Gulf, and they stopped them. They didn't know, the kids didn't know that someone's filming them. So they came to the majlis, people were leaving, someone came to them and said, I'm willing to buy you the latest game console. Is it PS5? See, I wouldn't know that. I will buy $1,000 if you say I dislike Hussain. I just want you to say that. I don't want anything to do with Abu Abdullah. And wallah, the clip, if you watch it, you can't but tear up. Every single child would, and these are what, 5, 6, 8-year-old boys and girls. They would offer them this and they would say, no way. You cannot take Hussain from my heart. And they did the same thing for Zuwar al-Hussain last year in Arba'een. You've seen this clip where they would give them 1 million Iraqi dinars and say, just stop your ziyarah or stop khidmatul Hussain. One of them started to cry and said, if I knew you were going to ask me this, I wouldn't even entertain this. I wouldn't even speak to you about this. So how do we get our families to reach that level? To reach that level where nothing comes between us and our faith and our principles, those whom we love, those whom we're willing to sacrifice everything for. There's an acronym for it. It's called the FCPHF. No way you'll remember it. But it's the functional, connected, positive Hussaini families. When I mean functional, because today there is a concerted effort to make families dysfunctional. Even though they're together as a family, they're not. Meaning what? The kids and the teenagers are on a different planet to their parents. Their parents are struggling. The ulama are frequently contacted by the parents. Help me out. My teenage son or daughter is not listening to me. They don't want to wear hijab. They don't want to pray. They don't want this. They're not interested in ziyarah. They're just, the whole ethos of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam and Karbala and the remembrance of Ahl al-Bayt has become a cultural practice for them. They'll come. They'll come for majalis, and mashallah, the numbers this year are amazing. And that's a great thing, as it was mentioned by one of the speakers. It's wonderful to have that demonstration of love and loyalty to Sayyid al-Shuhada. But what we want to do is, those values that are mentioned in these majalis and in the hadith literature related to Karbala and Ashura, are they being lived by people on a day-to-day basis in their lives as families and as teenagers and kids? Let me give you an example. I was once in Orlando a few years ago having a discussion with a few youth, and they said to me, look, I'll be honest with you, I'll tell you now, and sometimes they tell us this in private gatherings and they won't mention it in public. They're like, I'll tell you what, when I'm coming to mosque, I'm Hussaini. When I'm at school, I'm looking forward to take this girl on a prom. Straight. I said, what do you mean? He said, we have now developed a life two-pronged. One is, I'll come, majalis, salah, okay, when I feel like it, but then outside that, my identity is whatever I wish to do. Yeah? And this is where the role of the family is so important. Parents are the front leaders and the biggest role models. They're the important sheikhs and sayyids for the children and for the teenagers. They must act as exemplars and the best role models. I am desperately trying to get the message across to our sisters and brothers as parents. Get trained up. Know how to speak and communicate with your teenagers and with your children. Connectedness is so important. That's why I said positive, connected parents. Meaning, many a times we deal with our children and our teenagers simply as children that are there, right? Just one important final point here. Unfortunately, what we have witnessed amongst generations is the big dependency on M&Ms. You agree? The peanut ones. Mimbar and madrasa. They are fantastic as resources and great in nurturing the qualities of the Hussaini child, the Hussaini teenager, the Hussaini believer. But the problem is too much dependency on that. You know, and I see it because I supervise the oldest Islamic Arabic school in the United Kingdom as far as Islamic literature, Islamic education is concerned. And I see how the kids interact. And I see how the approach is when it comes to Islam and learning Islam. They just do it because they have to. And they hate it. And they hate it, they don't like it. Because A, their parents are not great role models. And B, they don't understand why they have to attend and so on. So just keep these in mind, inshallah.
Barakallah, big Sheikhna. I'm going to steal the roaming mic off you and give this to, I think, Mullah Ali, you doing this? Jazakallah. And while we get some questions, I'm going to ask one myself because I think part of what you all said, if I just play devil's advocate for a second, is quite a utopian view, if I'm honest. Sayyid Mahdi mentioned, you know, being the family that Imam al-Sadiq alayhi salam praises, which is, of course, is everyone's end goal. Sayyid Ali mentioned, you know, pushing the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt and the Quran and Akhlaq. Shaykhna, you mentioned, you know, not just relying on the member and the madrasa. I think the reality for a lot of parents in the West is that with the rat race of life, you end up spending a lot of time trying to keep up. And then at the same time, you have to rely on the member and the madrasa. A lot of the time, they're spending more time outside of the member and the madrasa, where, for example, Sayyid Ali mentioned LGBTQ is not a big deal in Najaf. In the UK, it's a massive deal, right? So I think that there are situations where it's going to be, a lot of the time as a parent, some people feel like they're having to battle against the current and the wave of everything else that's going against them. So when you mention it's like giving up, I mean, a lot of people now are thinking, I'm sure there's people in this room that are thinking, shall I just leave the UK? If I'm in a place where you know, the end goal of all three of you mentioned that should be to have a Hussaini family. Now, if it's easier to raise a Hussaini family outside of the UK because there's less forces against you, should we not all just be thinking about leaving a place that's pushing us against having a Hussaini family? Who wants to answer? We can share this mic now, by the way.
Every time you ask a question. Okay, so there were a whole lot of questions there, and you're a great advocate for the devil, by the way, I have to say. So the question as to whether or not we should leave the UK or whichever country you happen to be in, exactly, is not the right question, because it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to face a very similar set of challenges. Yes, life in Najaf is very different from life in London. Life in Qom is different from life in Sydney. But the same sorts of challenges that we've been talking about, the same agenda is being pushed everywhere through global institutions. I mean, these are not bound by any country borders. These are being pushed through the UN. They're being pushed by Blackstone and other, massive hedge fund organizations that that control hundreds of billions, over $1 trillion in fact. And so you can't really escape this. And what I would say is, if you've got a plan, the problem is we don't have a plan. There is no roadmap. There is no clear conception of what it takes to raise a Hussaini family or Hussaini children. If there was a plan, we wouldn't be in such a desperate situation as we are right now. Let me give you an example. There was a woman who was packing her son's bag because he was moving from one of the Muslim countries to the US to, study at university. And so her neighbor came to her and she said to her, "You must be so worried about your son right now. I mean, he's going to America all alone." And she's like, "No, I'm not worried." She said, "But surely you're anxious about what's going to happen to him. He's going to be in a non-Muslim environment. He's just by himself." She's like, "No, I'm not anxious at all." And she's like, "But surely you're upset that he's not going to be with you and the rest of the family." And she's like, "No." She said, "How could you not be upset? How could you not be concerned or anxious about what's going to happen to him religiously and morally?" She's like, "Because I know how I raised him. I raised him in a manner where, sure, you're always going to be concerned. As a mother, as a father, you're going to have certain anxieties, and those are good anxieties to have. But I know what I've done. I've fulfilled my role as a mother to such an extent where I don't need to now be in a frantic, desperate search for an alternative." The minute we say, should we move out of the UK, it means that there was a lack of plan, a lack of roadmap. And so we're just being hysterical right now. We're being frantic about this. We're not making decisions rationally, right? We're reacting, exactly. Which is why Amir al-Mu'mineen says, "بادروا أحداثكم قبل أن تسبقكم إليه المرجئة." Mubadara is to take initiative. Mubadara is to try and address the potential challenges that will be presented to my son or my daughter when they go to school at the age of 5, when they're only 2 years old. Mubadara is to ensure that they're protected and that it's a preemptive strike, right? It is us giving them the values, teaching them and inculcating the love of the Ahlul Bayt. The Samahat al-Sayyid, may Allah bless him, referred to the hadith. The Prophet says, start by teaching them to love the Ahlul Bayt. Now, how could you teach someone to love something? Well, you introduce them to them. You introduce the Ahlul Bayt to the children so that they take them as heroes. There's a ziyarah of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam, which literally says that, "As-salamu alayka ya batal al-Islam." You're the hero of this religion. There are no greater heroes than the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. Introduce them to their legends. And I've always said the problem is with the parents. وَيْلٌ لِأَبْنَاءِ آخِرِ الزَّمَانِ مِنْ آبَائِهِمْ, as the Prophet says. The problem is with the parents. When they don't have the knowledge, when they don't read and study and learn about the lives of the Ahlul Bayt, who were sent as role models and guides, if we don't know enough about them, then how can we impart that knowledge to our children?
I think we'll go, Jazakallah Sayyid. I think we'll go to the audience just to make sure that we don't spend too long on the topic. Yeah, our brother who's got the mic, go ahead.
Esteemed scholars and speakers, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you for the compelling lectures, by the way. It really helped me as a young parent come over that anxiety to know how much support that we have in this religion. So, Sheikh brought up a book about homosexuality and how it references the Quran. I'm not sure whether it was the comments from the Quran were either fabricated or taken out of context simply. I would just like to know if there is any other references from the Quran or the Hadith that we can use to oppose the LGBTQ opinion or the view, because I think that would be a good reference to kind of bank on for our children to fight against that.
Ahsant.
Thank you.
It's not my book at all. So it's a great question. I'd like to answer it by first of all just highlighting that today I guess parents need a lot of support, and this is what I think we need to do even more. If a parent faces these questions from their children, and one of the inspirational, I think, stories from Karbala is that wonderful conversation between Ali al-Akbar and Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam. For me, that portrays the element of the fact that Imam did not dismiss questions from his sons, his family members, and was welcoming them. That moment when Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam falls asleep just for a short period, and Ali al-Akbar is right next to him, concerned, and says, why? What's happened? And he says, I could see death approaching. And Ali al-Akbar answers brilliantly with this courage and valor. We are not afraid if death falls upon us or we fall upon death. And the idea, I think, in this instance is for parents to equip themselves and to work together. And this is why Allah praises them so much. So there's a lot of reward for those who struggle in this path. The idea of answering the questions related to the LGBT movement, I think we need references and sources for people to go and look up. I think we need books, we need websites, we need a lot of literature. I'll be honest with you, the movement has scared the Muslim community and has scared some of the ulama and some of the speakers, understandably, because there's such a very proactive, very strong lobby. And the moment somebody says something, they're hunting for that particular individual. But unfortunately, we are now in a position where we can't bury our heads under the sand anymore. We can't. There's no more option for that. This subject now has to be taught in our madrasas properly. We have to have workshops and seminars discussing this in detail for our parents and for our children, but with a very carefully understood legal parameters, because if the moment you start mentioning things which are deemed to be inciting hatred against them, then they'll latch at you. But it's important to know where to draw the line. Very easy, very simply, quick answer to your question. The main issue that they have is that they say, when you quote in this book that I presented, says the same thing. Says that the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is where the men were raped, and there's nothing in the Quran to actually condemn homosexuality. As was mentioned earlier by Sheikh Azhar, there is no such term as homosexuality in the Quran or in hadith literature, because it's a recent term coined only in the 19th century in Germany. So the actual practice in itself, that name is not something that we necessarily understand under that. It's same gender relation when it comes to the physical element. The second thing is very simply, Lut alayhi salam addresses those people who are coming to demand those angels that were in the form of human beings. And he says, Ha'ulai banati, these are my daughters. They are better for you. That means he is offering his either daughters, and the opinion of some of the Mufassirin is that the ladies of the town, of the city, not only his daughters. If they were known for rape, Lut wouldn't say, come and rape my daughters. It just cannot be accepted. If these individuals were committing a crime just because they were raping, and the Quran punished them because of rape, why would Lut offer his Prophet Lut salamullahi alayhi offer his daughters? Similarly, verses of the Quran tells us, أَأَنْتُمْ تَأْتُونَ رِجَالَ شَهْوَةً مِنْ دُونِ النِّسَاءِ. You desire men instead of women. Nowhere does it say desire or force or rape. It says you go towards the men. Number one. Number two, this school that I saw, this unbelievable, some of our sisters and brothers influenced by these personalities on YouTube, Shia and non-Shia, individuals who are coming and questioning our basic principles and aqa'id simply because they've got, I don't know, a nice eloquence or whatever. This video that has 14 million views on TED Talk, a lady says, I'll tell you, there's no such thing as hijab in the Quran. And everyone's saying, oh wow, see, there's no hijab in the Quran. She now speaks on behalf of the religion of Islam. So today, who tells us what Islam says about homosexuality and about LGBT? Muslim ulama or these individuals? So this is a message we need to tell our kids. Our kids need to understand the role of ulama, maraji', fuqaha in this regard. Not that I begin to interpret Islam the way I want it. Or some guy on YouTube comes and says to us, this is not allowed, don't do istighatha, don't do this, don't do that. I don't listen to these people, I listen to my maraji' and my ulama. Those are the guide, those are my leaders. I listen to them, they tell me what's allowed and what's not, based on the teachings of the Quran and Hadith. And that is a key message that parents need to get to our children. Because a lot of our children today are demanding answers for which there is no answers. Meaning what? Meaning, for example, they'll say to you, why is homosexuality haram? Just let's respect them. I'm not going to practice it, but why? The most important answer is Allah has made it haram. This is sunnat Allah. There is no change for the creation of God. But if the child is able to understand that ethos of submission to Allah from the outset and this idea of connection to God, they'll be able to accept these things a bit more.
Thank you, Shaykhna. I've had some, pardon me, I've had some questions sent to me over WhatsApp by some of the volunteers and over paper as well. There's one for Sayyid Ali that talks about, pardon me, a life in Najaf. Yes, okay, don't worry. Life in Najaf and what lessons you think living in the West we can learn from the way that children are raised in or back home, for example, in Najaf. Are there any lessons or recommendations you could give us about how the community or parents deal with children? I know there are some different issues, as you said, but as a whole, to raise a Hussaini family, any recommendations you'd make for us?
First of all, remember we have a narration that put the names of Ahlul Bayt on your children. We have a narration that the name of Muhammad, if it's in a house, that name, don't hurt him, don't insult him, don't speak loud to him, don't hit him. It's very difficult to live in London, but I didn't say you can, it's up to you to leave London, or it's up to you to leave UK. It's up to you. But as the Sayyid said, stay firm and teach the children what they have to know. That's one. The second thing is, parents, as me, for example, which I've been married for 12 years now, please read a lot. Parents, read. Jahil is a problem which we have, unfortunately. Read. I see across a lot of questions saying that what are the different narrations of the Maqtal? What is the Maqtal? When was it read? When was it said? Read the seerah of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim as-salam. Get the benefit of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim as-salam. The problem is in Najaf, the child is very normal in the Arab community. Gubal, na'alu busta. Bring someone and slap him, slippers hit him. If you don't go, this is the problem. But now the children, even in our countries in Najaf, get up and answer the fathers. We have to teach them in a manner, be a role model for them. You say Hussain, 365 days. Where are the manners of Hussain in your life? For me to hurt my child, if I don't speak about the connection between Ali al-Akbar and Abu Abdullah alayhi salam, he will not have that connection with me. Therefore, Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam says, "Utrukhu sab'a." Sayyidina, you mentioned it a few days ago as well. "Utrukhu sab'a, sahibhu sab'a, adibhu sab'a, sahibhu sab'a." Be friends with him. If he doesn't have that connection with you, someone else will come and fill the gap. Teach them, and inshallah they will reach a level of understanding of this element.
Barakallah bikum. Do we have a question from the audience? Where's the roaming mic at? Yes? Fadal Hajjina.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I'm not going to take 10 minutes, but I'll just be brief. But the question will be there. You just have to bear with me.
I'm worried about your introduction, so if you don't ask the question, I'll interrupt you.
No, that's fine. So basically, I work in advertising and lobbying and digital and whatever. We've been there for quite some time. I'm older than you. We've seen all of these changes when we came into the UK. When you talk about parents, I think you have to segment audiences. There are people who have been here early on. They understand the English way of life. They know how to speak, how to understand messaging. Therefore, they can respond better. And there are people like you who were brought up in this country. You're more tuned. There are new arrivals who are completely from a different mindset. Usually, they do not have deep understanding, or the way they communicate with their kids are completely different, and therefore they lose, and therefore we will have collateral damage. We have to accept collateral damage. You know, the issue with our community, or I don't want to say third world countries and Muslims being part of those groups, is that we don't have strategy. We always react, and therefore our reaction, you know, is always weak, and we undermine the whole thing. What we need now, and I mean, we should have been done ages ago, is basically a strategic group or a steering group. We have to define, you know, what we want in the society, where for us, for our kids, and for our, you know, grandkids as well. And therefore, you know, I mean, we look at our other communities who came in here, the Jews, the other communities, and how they sorted and ring-fenced their community and protected it. We need to, when we talk about the Imam Hussain, and you know, I tend to believe that I am Hussaini in my DNA, but all the communication and everything I hear is about the last few hours of his life. If I want to know how did Imam Hussain and Imam Hassan did their business, how did they raise their kids, how did they look at other social issues in their 61 years, you know, there is nothing there. Except
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm coming to the question.
Please.
So there is, we need to tone down the emotion and more of the rational thinking in our messaging, and that's for the guys who drive this. I believe, you know, I mean, Sayyid talked about Najaf. I think every society has issues, but we need to deal with our issues. We need to go in with our eyes open, and then I think what's missing, I've took some notes, you know, what Sayyid al-Milani was talking about, the societal and behavioral
I'm really
issue.
sorry to push you.
Let's
get to the question.
Yeah. So I'm just saying we have an identity crisis. What we understand, you know, if we, and some of you allured to this, we need to see if someone stands out. You know, everybody does put his CV. What is my CV? Who am I? As a Muslim, everybody has to be very clear, very strong, who they are, so that we have confidence. The minute they know who they are, they define their personal statement, then they are able to overcome some of these issues. I think there is something there. That's why we have some sort of inferiority complex. That's why we're not leading. We're always, you know, sort of
very valid points. On a personal level, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. So but focus on the question for the panelists.
Yeah, can we improve that reference, the narrative? And I understand some of they say it's come from different territories, but we need a narrative that we have to work together to. Is that possible? And focus more on the rational thinking and more on real knowledge.
Okay, so I'm going to pick out a question from that Sayyid Mehdi, just to basically, what can we do to strengthen our identity, basically?
There's no question that the strongest identity, the strongest link and bond that we have to morality is what the Prophet left us with when he said, إِنِّي تَارِكٌ فِيكُمُ الثَّقَلَيْنِ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَعِتْرَتِي ما إن تمسكتم بهما لن تضلوا بعدي أبدا وقد نبأني اللطيف الخبير أنهما لن يفترقا حتى يرد علي الحوض. The Holy Prophet laid out the road to salvation in no ambiguous terms. He couldn't be clearer. And not only that, but you know, just the other day somebody came up to me after the majlis and he said that I brought my friend tonight who is a Sunni, and he came to the majlis. And I said to him, God bless you, brother. It's great to have you here. Because after all, Imam al-Hussain isn't about Shia versus Sunni. Imam al-Hussain is the Prophet's grandson. As a matter of fact, the Prophet said, Husaynun minni wa ana min Hussain. And obviously it's easy to explain how Imam al-Hussain could be min Rasulullah because he's his grandson. But when the Prophet says, wa ana min Hussain, how do you explain that? It means that our conduit to Rasulullah and therefore our conduit to Allah is Imam al-Hussain. And so then I mentioned Hadith al-Thaqalain to him, and I said, after all, when the Prophet says that this is your path to salvation. This is your only means of surviving in these tumultuous, dark, turbulent times where morality is completely upended and, up is down and left is right and hot is cold and whatnot, is through the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. If we're going to find an identity that unites us all and connects us to all of the virtues, all of the moral teachings of every single prophet of God, Assalamu alayka ya waritha Adam safwatillah, Assalamu alayka ya waritha Nuh al-Nabiyillah, Assalamu alayka ya waritha Ibrahim, Musa, Isa, it is through Imam al-Hussain. But I do disagree that we need to tone down the emotions. I think the emotional element of Imam al-Hussain's saga is part and parcel. It's the bedrock of the remembrance of the Ahlul Bayt and Imam al-Hussain in particular. أنا شهيد عبر ما ذكرني مؤمن إلا بكى. In fact, it's the emotional connection that most people are able to utilize to reach Imam al-Hussain on a rational level. It's the emotional connection that makes them come to the majalis and try and embody the teachings of Imam al-Hussain as best as they could in their lives. We definitely need more of that, but at the same time, if that helps us to analyze the life of the Imam and his teachings in a rational way, then so be it. That's also necessary.
Jazakumullah. We've got a question on the sister side. Just prep yourself before before the volunteer gives you the mic. I've got a question on WhatsApp. I'm also going to ask a favor from the audience asking a question. Please keep your question to 30 seconds. We appreciate your thanks, and Sada and the Sheikh are very happy and honored to be at your service, as is everyone at Al-Haraka Hussainiya. Just salam, question, and the answers, please. If we can go to like 180 seconds max, because we have like 10-15 minutes left. Okay, so the question says there's a rising battle here in the UK of schools regarding RSC. We've talked about this. Sheikh, this one's for you. The question basically is, are we expected to compromise our children's academic progress to go to an Islamic school? So you can go to a great school, but as part of the curriculum, from the age of 5, they have to be taught RSC, and that is all about family and gender identity and gays and lesbians, etc. So just really quickly, I know each question could be an hour lecture, right? So I don't want to do this, but we have to do this. So yeah, maybe like 1-2 minutes. Should we compromise educational level by going to an Islamic school that's maybe not as good as like a grammar school, if you can't afford to do private or something like that?
I'm surprised by the question because we don't have enough Islamic schools at all. I'd love to have 10 more Islamic schools and invite each and every one of us to take our kids to Islamic schools. Because what is it that we're seeking to do? We are responsible as parents for tarbiyah. Tarbiyah means what? Tarbiyah means the correct nurturing. Nurturing, we have a responsibility to ensure that they are of those who are Ahl al-Bayt and Imam Sahib al-Asr wa zaman, Ajjalallahu ta'ala farajul sharif, is proud of. We want to stand before the Imam of our time and say, this is the product of my hard work and tarbiyah. Which means what? Do you think, with all my respect, and I think it's amazing because Imam Sadiq alayhi salam tells somebody, and I'm wary of the 180 seconds, if the Imam, someone came to him and said, I'm not the best in that town, and he says, then you're not one of our followers. Of course we want them to be the best engineers and the best doctors and the best in all fields. But when I stand before the Imam of our time and I say, this son of mine doesn't miss salah, and this daughter of mine is wearing the hijab of Fatima and Zahra, Imam would be proud much more than if I'd say he's an engineer but he's not sure about his salah. That is what brings us pride and honor, to be able to establish our identity as followers of Ahl al-Bayt for generations, to preserve our community. So yes, can that be achieved more in Islamic school? For sure, without a shadow of a doubt. Are there challenges in terms of academic standards? No doubt, but I think we have a big problem where we simply don't have enough. I know that, like the respected scholars, I travel also in America, in Canada, in Australia. They have many more schools than we have in the United Kingdom for followers of Ahl al-Bayt, comparatively regarding the population of the followers of Ahl al-Bayt that we have. So in actual fact, we're actually suffering. We don't have enough.
Actually, maybe part of the idea of reform isn't just internally at home. Maybe it's about working together as a community to invest in those schools as well, if they're not at the right standard, right? I've got a question, Sayyid Ali, for you that says, is there a book talking about how the Ahlul Bayt raised or communicated or treated their children where you can get some detail from? Is there an Islamic book that you recommend about parenting? which dua or Quranic verses do you recommend the parent to recite to keep your children on the same path? So it's more about literature, ayat, or related to books as well.
You should ask Sid Mehdi about this question. But
if there's something to add afterwards, then.
yeah. The seerah of Ahl al-Bayt, the lives of Ahl al-Bayt, we have a lot of books. So I don't remember a certain book, but I think the publication of Ansariyan in Qum has made all the seerah, the lives of the Prophet and the Ahl al-Bayt, very small books about each Imam and each Ma'soom. If you want to go in details, there's a lot of books. Sheikh Baqir Sharif Qarashi has a lot of books. Sheikh Al-Wa'ili has books. Go see the seerah of the ulama. They are the closest people, at least how they were raised, to the Imams alayhim as-salam. A lot of narrations how to raise the children. The du'as full, mashallah, when you read, for example, which I connect with some of the du'as. I remember when I was in London in 1998, 1999, Haji Mustafa, I remember Haidar, in Haraka al-Haydariya we had in Dar al-Islam or Abrar Foundation later on. We were youngsters, youth. We used to go every Thursday. And unfortunately, this connection with the brothers and the youth was disconnected after 2004, 2005. Saturday schools, I remember Sheikh Muhammad Halli and Noor, Madrasat al-Kawthar, raised the children in a way, in an Islamic way, Shia theology. Alhamdulillah, Haraka Hussainiya is doing it every Thursday. And thank you very much, and thank all the brothers and sisters who work with you in the Haraka. But other than this, we don't have. This connection is lost with the Ahlul Bayt, unfortunately, or is getting less and less.
Can I invite the sisters and brothers for an offer? This is not a supermarket offer. It is a genuine offer, although supermarket offers are genuine, but who cares? The offer is this: if there's anybody out there who's got talent in writing, creative writing, what we need now is new literature. Sayyid's right. Ansariyan, we used to, when we go to Qom, buy, negotiate extra weight for the luggage because we're bringing all the books from Ansariyan for those who read English only. But the translation leaves a lot to be desired. Today, what we need is literature written by people in the West who we trust, from the ulama and thinkers and those who are on the path of the marja'i. And the idea here is this, is that we need literature that the youth can read and enjoy, which is novels. So today, if you give a book which is aqa'id based to a child or a teenager, they're like, this is boring. Yes, I know. I'm trying to invite people. If you are willing, or if there's anybody out there who's got a talent to write creative writing, books and novels to present Islamic teachings in a way that's attractive to our youngsters and our youth, I personally will take it upon ourselves to publish it. We can publish the works for you. So please get in touch with us, with myself personally, and we're happy to publish and indeed promote these kind of books, because this is the kind of genre and the idea we need now in our communities in order to make, through a story, through a certain kind of, a depiction, there's many, many lessons can be presented. But if you are looking for books, then I think there are some in English, but not enough.
Ahsantum Shaykhna. By the way, apologies, a lot of people that I know send me questions over WhatsApp, but I think we had Sayyid at the back, one of the sisters who has the mic, so we'll go to the question in the hall.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Sorry, this question goes back to RSC again. We know obviously the risks of RSC, we know the dangers, and we know practically removing children and taking them to Islamic schools isn't always an option. And we know also RSC isn't just a subject. It sort of has bled through the whole curriculum, whether it's English, science, TV, cartoons, movies, it's everywhere.
Yep.
So practically, maybe it'd be great to have each of the scholars actually give us just practically what would you say to a child when they question these things. We know the theory, but maybe practically, what do you say in response to their queries?
It's a response to what? Sorry, what we're making reference to here? What type of query?
Relationships, when they see this being discussed at school when
Okay.
they hear these things. Yeah. So practically, how do you answer these
So,
questions?
for example, a child approaching you and then querying whether or not a legitimate relationship is okay or not, basically.
Yeah, and what's wrong with it? Because
And
this
what's
will
wrong
be,
with it.
yeah, this is okay. Yeah.
Can we do this in like one tip each? Can we do that? I'm going to trust you with the mic, all of you. So one tip each, inshallah. And then, yeah, هو الشيخ بس بابا سيد.
Nice save. So I think that's a very simplistic approach, because it's not just one issue, it's not just one query, as you alluded to. And so what needs to happen really, one of the foundational methods of addressing these problems, whether it be these, the specific rainbow acronym or any other immoral matter relating to immorality, is that our children need to be taught the importance of halal and haram, right? Sometimes you see kids, and I've seen this in my own family and my relatives, they go to the supermarket and they've literally memorized every single brand of chips or crisps, as you call them, which is halal or haram. And they go halal, 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 haram, haram, halal, haram, halal, halal. Why? Because they've been trained to take this matter very seriously. That if it's haram, I'm not even going to take another look, let alone buy or eat it. And so if the child has been raised from the very beginning to take halal and haram seriously, then this conversation is not going to be a difficult one. Haram, end of discussion. And they'll be satisfied with that. I'm not saying that you should try and force them into acquiescence. They'll be satisfied with the fact that God is displeased with this. That's number one. Number two, one really useful technique, and again, this requires early training from the very beginning, is what's called associationism. It's the idea that when you make, in a nutshell, tawalli and tabarri. When a child takes tawalli seriously and tabarri seriously, when they begin to dislike and abhor individuals that are seen as enemies of God, you can then associate any immoral act to them and they'll automatically hate them. They'll automatically begin to despise the act, not because of the act itself, because their brains aren't mature enough to fully digest what the act is. Like relationships, exactly, Hussain. Let's not go there. But basically, the idea is that while their brains aren't developed enough to understand the abhorrent, grotesque nature of a particular wrong act, right? Why is alcohol haram? For a child, because they don't drink, because they don't understand what it is, they won't understand why it's haram. But if you tell them that Yazid used to drink, all of a sudden, they can relate to that. And they'll develop a natural, instinctive, negative response towards this act, which is why the hadiths use this methodology. The Imam says that Yazid used to do, 1, 2, 3, without going into detail. But the point is, create a very strong affinity towards the Ahlul Bayt and associate every good moral act with them. A very strong apprehension against the enemies of the Ahlul Bayt, attribute all of these things to them, and in many cases, they're actually true.
Top tip is I have a website which is very good for parents, and it's on this specific subject. I've checked it out and it has some really good stuff. It's done by a couple who are Muslim, and it's called dearmuslimkids.com. So this is, and then / sticky situations. And it's a gentle yet comprehensive introduction to common LGBTQ related questions and challenges faced by Muslim families. So it talks about the idea of, it has a parent guide, it has kids guides, and it has Islamic mindset, keeping Allah's pleasure, wrong body, think two dads, you click on that and it explains how to answer these kind of things, connect your kids to the Quran. So they are two, Muslim couples who have, taken it upon themselves. I haven't checked everything on the website. From the surface, it looks fairly decent, and, parents can check it out. So it's dearmuslimkids.com, and maybe get some support. Don't forget, create amongst parents support mechanisms and groups, WhatsApp and whatever, share things. I have a really good PDF that was sent to me last month by a person here, which is our response against the Pride Month. It was how to talk to your children about the Pride Month. It was really good, colorful infographics, lots of stuff that how you can communicate. Sometimes these forwarded can be good support to be able, and don't forget you can access, go to scholars, learned individuals to seek answers as well.
The advice of Sheikh Muhammad, as he mentioned, the groups should be very good, as parents have the same issues normally, so they can at least solve it together. And Sayyid Mehdi as well mentioned tawalli and tabarri. Give examples. This act is very bad, as the imams don't like it. He will understand from day one. When he gets, inshallah, when he grows older, you can teach him why is the definition of haram haram, why is it halal. But from the beginning, tell him it's haram. Full stop.
Just say it was Adam and Eve, it's never Adam and Steve.
There you go. Hussain, Sheikhna. For those that didn't hear that in the back, Sheikh said, tell your children it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Jazakallah, Sheikhna. Okay, I'm really, really sorry because there are so many questions streaming through, and I think we could spend a couple more hours doing this. But I know you all, mashallah, have majority majalis tonight as well on top of this, and we've taken your time. And I apologize to the brothers and sisters that had questions, inshallah. And so what we'll do is, if there are any questions that are very pressing, you can send them to the Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya Instagram, and we'll forward them to the Sada and the Sheikh, and inshallah they'll find time in their busy schedule to get back to us. So yeah, I just want to thank you very much, dear Sayyid, Sheikh Muhammad, Sayyid Mehdi, Sayyid Ali, Jazakumullah khair, Jazaa. It's been an honor to host you, and inshallah I won't always be such a good advocate for the devil, Sayyidina, but in any case, we'll thank you all with alal salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Ahsantum, many thanks to our dear Sayyid Mehdi, Sheikh Muhammad, and also to Sayyid Ali. Jazakumullah khair. It's always a pleasure to spend time with you. And apologies to the brothers and sisters for any of the questions that I couldn't get out. Again, we're slightly pressed for time. You can see a few of the chairs are being removed away by the volunteers. The volunteers are very quick. They're going to move the cups for us as well. And they're going to bring us 2 bottles of water and a box of tissues. Jazakumullah khair jaza. Next, we have a sister who we're going to have a quick Q&A with as well. And to set the scene for this, so the next Q&A is going to be about social media and hijab. Okay? So in a recent survey done in Muslim girls in the UK, 28% of teenage Muslim girls said that they spend more than 8 hours a day on social media. It's very similar for the boys as well. And I don't think this is something applicable to only one gender. But the fact that our younger, pre-adult aged, our children are spending so much time on social media, protection and hijab is a massive topic. So I'm very happy to welcome to the stage our guest speaker for this panel, who is Sister Zahra Alawi, or Zahra Al-Alawi, my apologies. Sister Zahra has graduated from a media and television degree at the University of Hertfordshire. As well as being personally tutored by Islamic scholars and lecturers, she has been presenting and delivering Islamic lectures globally for over 17 years. She has lectured and chaired conferences all around the UK, Canada, Norway, Sweden, many more places. She also has a TV talk show, Women's View, on Sky, that broadcasted over 1,000 episodes, interviewing a range of women. I'm pretty sure I've heard as well from her recent lectures in Birmingham that she's also done some research, and she's an expert in social media and hijab. So it gives me very, very great honor to welcome to the stage our dear sister Zahra Al-Alawi, and if you can welcome her to Islam. بذكر الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Zahra.
وعليكم السلام.
عظم الله أجوركم. Thank you so much for joining us. So, social media and hijab, I didn't know if this was something, I guess we're going to find out, if it's something specific to the sisters. I'm sure it's not, because the brothers also spend a lot of time on social media, and there is male hijab, metaphorically as well, and sometimes physically. So it would be great, I guess, just to start with a bit of an introduction. This panel, if you have questions and you've got ideas, you want to start writing them down or thinking about them, feel free, because I think we'll go for some questions if that's okay as well. But just to start with, Sister Zahra, thank you for your time. A brief introduction into the topic.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيب قلوبنا أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد اللهم صل على محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين. For the love of Aba Abdullah al-Hussain, can we have a second loud salawat? اللهم صل على محمد to hasten the reappearance of our Imam, Imam al-Mahdi Ajallallahu Ta'ala Faraja, can we have a third loud salawat? My dear respected sisters, respected brothers, respected elders, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So today's topic, as Haj Haidar has mentioned, is about social media and hijab. And hijab has been the center of many discussions and social discussions as well. And we see, why is there a focus on hijab? Why is hijab attracted so much criticism and critique? And we see that hijab is a very, very powerful tool. It's very, very powerful. And when it comes to the hijab, we see that the way it's been portrayed in society now is two extremes. You either get one extreme where it's this extreme black, oppressive, submissive kind of representation that we see in the media and we see in the news. And then on the other side, we get this glamorized representation of hijab, where it's makeup, hijab tutorials, how can we compromise the hijab or glamorize the hijab so that women wear the hijab. We never see the in-between. We never see the in-between where it's a representation of all the women sitting at the back, mashallah. We never see that being portrayed or represented in the media. And we begin to ask ourselves, why isn't that being portrayed? Why isn't that being shown in the media? By nature, our psychology, we imitate. We are humans that imitate. So when we see that, when we see one side being imitated, that's why many sisters now, we have this sort of compromise where sisters are glamorizing the hijab, and we think that the only way that we can fit into the hijab is either one extreme or the other, when there's a lot in between. And I think that falls down to us as a society where we haven't really encouraged our women to get into the realm of Islamic propagation or to get in the realm of Islamic tabligh, because it's seen as a responsibility of the men. And then that's where we find a void in representation in Muslims. That's when we go to social media, it's hard to find women that represents all of us sitting at the back. It's really hard to find that representation, and there's a huge void. And when there's a huge void, we see many sisters going to one side or the other. And you know, I've done many workshops with young girls, and I think the number one problem now is the prevalence of hijab. You know, this is about reform, this is about reviving the message. Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam said, ما خرجت أشرا ولا بطرا ولا مفسدا ولا ظالما إنما خرجت لطلب الإصلاح لي ummati jaddi. I haven't risen to be an oppressor or to oppress or to be a tyrant, but I have risen to revive the message of my grandfather Muhammad. So reviving the message is a responsibility for men and women. Amr bil ma'roof and nahi anil munkar is a responsibility for both men and women. Talab al-ilm is a responsibility for men and women. So we need to really focus on that to try to bring about change in our community. And reforming and reviving the message starts externally, but also starts internally as well. And if we end this 10 days of Muharram and haven't changed as individuals, haven't revived that message within, haven't caused reform within, then have we really understood the message of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam? And I'll leave the rest to the discussion, inshallah.
Jazakumullah khair, jaza. Thank you, sister. I'm going to steal that mic off you and give that to our volunteers to find some questions from the brothers and sisters' side. In the interim, I'm going to ask a question because you mentioned Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahy anil Munkar, so enjoining the good and kind of forbidding the evil. Doing something like that on social media is difficult, right? Especially because you end up on social media very quickly going down a very slippery slope of quite clearly wickedness and sinful posts or whatever we want to talk about, right? So what is our responsibility, I guess, number one? Number two is, as a mother as well, and many people here have children, how do we protect them against social media? Because I guess more and more, you know, the stat I mentioned, which is nearly 40% of teenage girls at the moment use social media for more than 8 hours a day, which is crazy, right? So what steps should we be taking just while we get the microphone out to the brothers and sisters?
Absolutely. I think first you mentioned motherhood, and I think that is a very, very important point, because sometimes we look at motherhood and we look at raising children not as a responsibility. Well, when it is a divine responsibility from God, motherhood is a divine responsibility from God. And when we impart knowledge in our children, we are essentially imparting that knowledge in society. So I always say that motherhood is a form of tabligh within itself, it's a form of Islamic propagation, and it's a form of religious duty, where we don't look at it as this divine religious duty. So number one, as mothers, I think as mothers, we have a huge role to play in society, especially in considering the situation of society today. Us mothers have a huge role in imparting that knowledge to our children, because we create that foundation that they will then go off to the world. And that foundation is very important, because the foundation of a family is essentially the foundation of society. Each one of our families will be the building blocks of society. So I think mothers have a huge role when it comes to educating the children. And it's very interesting, because I had 10 nights of Muharram in Birmingham, and we had question and answer sessions, and I had a question and answer session with Al-Hajj Mustafa Masood. And one of the questions are that many children are on social media, and that was a concern of many parents, that their children are on social media. And we came to the recognition and to the solution, to the end, that social media has the good and the bad. And our kids, we can never remove our children from sin. You know, darkness is everywhere, sin is everywhere. It's about the foundation of that child. So whatever society you place them in, whatever societal ills or sins that they are faced with, they will still have that strong foundation that they will always fall back on. It's like building a building. You need that structure in the beginning. If you don't have that structure in the beginning, even afterwards, if we build a strong structure on top of it, it could collapse. It could collapse. But even, for example, if we have that strong structure, strong foundation, and we build a strong structure, and if that structure then collapses, they have a strong foundation, so they will always come back. It's okay if someone goes astray, but if they have that strong foundation, they will always return back to good. So it's very important to have that strong foundation to start off with. And being on social media, of course, there is difficulties with it, but when we come to the recognition that there is a huge need for our representation of Islam and the representation of us women, and when our daughters are looking up to, you know, young girls, when I do workshops, they tell me we want to become influencers on YouTube. We want to do makeup tutorials and hijab tutorials. When we see social media affecting even the self-esteem of women, they say girls are accessing mental health services like never before. We have the lowest self-esteem because of social media. When we have people that say you need to modify your nose and your lips and your face and your cheeks and your eyes, we never reach that stage of perfection, but the hijab gives us that Muslim identity, that we can focus on a greater need. We focus on the internal rather than the focus on the external. So seeing the need of that is the reason why we do what we do.
We have a question at the back, I think. Someone got the mic? Or the front, rather, I apologize.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Question from the guys, I'm sorry, my son hijab. So as a single guy, when I'm speaking to potentials, the only way I can judge someone's religiosity from a girl's side would be the way they wear their hijab. Because from the guys, maybe it's our akhlaq, maybe our deen, but we can't really see what sort of their heart would be, so we will see their hijab. Now, from my experience, many of them, when you speak to them, they will say that maybe I will change after marriage. Or they will say that this is what it is and I'm not going to change any further, so either you take me how it is. So the challenge that I have faced quite a lot is, of course, everybody wants someone who is at a perfect religious level, but everybody is in their own journey. And if someone has the mentality in which they said, I want to improve and I want to work in it, which is still good enough, but I have met quite a lot of people that they say that this is how I am and I don't want to change. And maybe one day, 10 years down the line, I'll change for my kids or something like that. So in this sort of a situation, what sort of advice do you give for maybe for the guys who are looking for someone who, because you want to get married because you want to build a family in the way of Ahlul Bayt. Yeah. And if someone sort of is reluctant towards that, then how do we tackle that challenge?
Okay, so more about spouse selection. We've done a workshop about spouse selection, actually. I think you asked a similar question.
Yeah, so in response, I would say that there are some things when we're looking for a spouse that we can compromise on, and there's some things that we just cannot compromise on. So we're never going to find someone that will tick every single box, but the Prophet is very clear in his guidelines that never compromise on religion and akhlaq, because that is the foundation of everything. And especially as a mother, she will impart the way she is, she will impart her mindset and her mentality to her children. So the Prophet is very clear that when it comes to religion and akhlaq, never compromise on these two aspects. There are many other things that we may compromise on, but those two, it's very hard to compromise on. And you know, if someone says we will change in the future, they could change. Everyone could change. Of course they can. And there's that door of repentance and that door of improving is always open, but it's not guaranteed. So if anyone gets married to someone and it doesn't fulfill the religious and the akhlaq, and they have that at the back of their mind that they may change, they have to also remember that there is a possibility that they may not change. So they have to keep this in mind. But there's two aspects with the guidelines of the Ahlul Bayt and the Prophet that we should never compromise on, and that is akhlaq and religion, and everything else is up to the individual if they compromise or not. But I would say look at these two aspects, especially in the way that society is heading with the decline of morality, the decline of modesty, the decline of the ethical framework of society. It's very important now that we get spouses that will be our supporters in religion, in akhlaq, and in raising our kids with the ethical framework that Islam has brought down to us.
Thank you, Sister Zahra. We've got a question over WhatsApp. I'm going to try to make it out. It doesn't really make that much sense, but I'm going to read between the lines. How do we filter out external opinions that show hijab is morally oppressive? Does that make sense?
Yes, that does, yeah. I think with that, this is what I go back to my previous point where we need to counteract that representation. We will never be able to remove that representation because every single organization, every single news outlet, every single media platform has its own agenda. So even in my own experience, when mainstream media call me, it's very clear their agenda that they want to portray. They probably see me wearing black and wearing this abaya, that they want to portray Islam in a certain way. For example, when the discussion of the niqab and the burqa and the France, Channel 4, was it Channel 5, they called me and they said, what's your views? Should hijab be imposed in Britain? And it was very clear from my responses, no, I do not believe that. But they kept drilling that into it until they said, we're not going to go ahead with that VT. So we have to recognize that each organization has its own agenda. But us as women, we need to ensure that we counteract that we ensure we put out the correct message of Islam. I had 10 nights of Muharram, and it was very interesting because even Catholic sisters came who are not Muslim, who are British Catholic, and they came to listen. And it's very interesting to see them. There was also a family that came all the way from Glasgow with her daughters, and she said, I came so that my daughters listen to a majlis from a woman. And even her daughters, I've got a picture of her daughter, 6 years old, she was writing notes. So like I said, we have to counteract that representation, and the only way to do that is by going out there and countering out and being the people that are activists and promoting the religion and being, tabligh, I think is very important. And we have to remember that the majalis of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salam was established by women. After the Battle of Karbala, it was the woman that established these majalis. It was the women and children. And their words, it was the words of Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam that ensured that the message of Karbala continued. So we have to remember that our voices are very, very, very powerful. We undermine the power of a woman and her voice. But if we amplify that voice, inshallah, we will be able to make great changes in society.
Yeah, I think from a man's point of view as well, if the voice you're trying to amplify is one that is for a good cause, then men will always back you with it as well. So don't hesitate. There's a question actually that's kind of relation to using your voice as well, is that someone messages, we have a lot of sisters who are finding it difficult to keep the hijab on. Or are taking it off, or there was one question in the back about variations of hijab and stuff like that. So what can we do as friends or families to help that person?
I think the removal of hijab or the compromising of hijab has been widespread in society, and I never try to undermine or try to look down at anyone that struggles with their hijab, because every single aspect of religion, whether it's salah, whether it's sawm, whether it's charity, whether it's pray, anything, we struggle in the way of Allah. In the way of Allah, it is a struggle, and the hijab will also be a struggle. There are some sisters that may struggle more than others. And I think number one is not imparting judgment on any sister that struggles with her hijab. It's about being that supportive side, because she can always return back. You know, recently, 2 years ago, or was it 5 years ago, a sister that I knew, she completely removed her hijab, She, you know, she was even wearing belly tops, I would say. And we thought she's completely gone, and now mashallah you see her with the abaya and the hijab, even her chin is covered, and it's surprising. So subhanallah, there's some people that go and they come back, so never impart that judgment on them.
What do you think the reason is that someone could go that far, belly tops to finish covered? What's the...
I think this girl was very young, so I think youth, they you know, they try to identify, they try to find an experiment, and this girl was going through a lot of social pressures growing up. In school, and she went to college, she went through a lot of social pressures. So I think the social pressures made her go that way. Yeah. Now? Okay.
Yeah, so do you know how to say when you were talking about like preventative?
Yeah.
So just with this point, at the moment it's like, do we just stop someone when they've done that, or what preventative measures can we take? Yeah, that's fine, you can ask that. Just what preventative measures?
So how do we prevent a woman from reaching that stage? I think it's the support around them, and it's this particular girl, she had no form of communication or relationship with her parents. She did have a relationship with her parents, but it was a very enforced relationship, and she didn't communicate with her child. She didn't communicate with her parents in that way. That's why it's very important for parents to have that relationship. That's why after 14, you need to become a friend of that child, because that's when they go through the most social pressures. They will be faced with pressures in every direction, and if we don't guide our children, become a friend to them, they will go astray. So this girl did go astray, but then she came back because she had that supportive background, and she had the structure, she had the foundation. Her family were a good family, so she came back, and now I see her, I say, subhanallah, you would never know that 5 years ago you were dressed like this. So we have to always remember that when we see a sister remove her hijab, it's not the end. There's always a way that she may come back, but it's about that support, and number one, it's about that foundation. Many of us that still have young children, we have to recognize that we need to give them the strongest foundation, because they will go out in the world, they will face all the social pressures, but if they have that foundation, they will always come back. So that's number one, and number two is having good examples around our girls. If our girls are just watching YouTube and TikTok and all these girls, they will become like that. They will want to become like that. Our psychology as humans is imitation. We imitate what we watch. So it's very important to have that representation as well.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions on the mic? Any questions from the hall? There's a sister there.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
So there are many girls who like to do their hijab in many ways but cover their hair. But there are also girls who wear full black but they both cover to the extent of what Islam asks of us. So what is the in-between that you were talking about in the start?
Definitely. When I talked about the in-between, I talked about the representation that we see in the media and the in-between in that. Because in social media, we see that the news will portray a very oppressive and a very submissive woman that is not intellectual, that doesn't have the intellect and the knowledge or the education. And even the Prime Minister a couple of years ago said that Muslim women are submissive. So I was talking about the representation of the media and what we see out in the media. And then the other extreme is the makeup and the glamorization. The in-between is us all, I would say. That we're not fashion icons out there. We're not here with makeup and nails and God knows, I don't know what fashion is these days, but at the same time, we're not oppressive. A lot of sisters have the intellect, have the knowledge, are educated individuals. So that is the in-between where we see women with good hijab, but at the same time, they have knowledge, they have intellect, they are inspirational individuals. And I've traveled around the globe from Canada to the Scandinavian countries, to Sweden, to Norway, to the Middle East, and I've spoken in Tanzania, I've spoken in many parts of the world, and we see that women, we have the best women in our community, but we are not showcasing that, we're not using that or utilizing that for the purpose of Islam. Our girls, we encourage our girls to become doctors, we encourage our girls to become dentists, we encourage our girls to enter every single profession out there, but when it comes to the religion, there is still a void, there isn't that push to ensure that our sisters get into Islamic propagation.
Thank you very much, Sister Zahra. There's a question on WhatsApp. Are there any more in the audience, by the way? I think there was a hand in the back. We'll go to the sister first, but maybe our brother will come back to you. So let's go to that sister. Tfadli.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalam.
You spoke about, so this in between, which, and I'm glad that little one, bless you. May Allah bless you for answering that question and asking that question. My question is, once we have a presence on social media and we are trying to be that in between, can you talk to us a little bit about the different aspects of hijab, not just the physical hijab, the hijab of our voice, and how we use our voice appropriately but maintain hijab? So for example, the way that you sit on a stage and speak in front of a mixed audience, how do you manage to maintain the hijab of your voice but also convey your emotionality and your message but still protect your hijab?
Beautiful question, because as we all know that the hijab is more than a physical, and a physical needs to align with the social and the inner belief system. And hijab is an aspect in all ways, the social, the physical, and the emotional. And we see that, especially when it comes to social media, I think it's very important to really focus on the social, because many people, the main problem in social media is the decline of hijab, the social hijab. And I say this, and I'm going to say this because when we talk about hijab, and especially in this portion of the whole program, we've really focused on hijab, the female hijab, but we must also recognize that the first ayah sent down regarding hijab is the male hijab, the hijab of the eyes. And it's very important, and I think I really want to stress upon this, that we as women can have the best hijab, but it's the males also, the way you interact with a woman, the way you treat a woman, the way you speak to a woman, we must also have that social hijab, and it falls upon both genders. In regards to myself, I keep everything very formal, everything very short. Even when I used to work at a television channel, never really spoke to anyone there. It was really about work, and that's it. So it's about really speaking about necessities and not prolonging that conversation whereby it may slip. In Islam, it's not about touching the fire and doing haram. It's about preventing ourselves from even reaching that stage. So it's very important that we, while having that good hijab, is also having that social hijab in the way we conduct ourselves, the way we communicate. If someone messages, we reply back in a very formal way, because we may slip into that area where that social hijab will slip. So I'm glad you've mentioned that point, because I think anyone that puts themselves out there as a woman, we need to also focus on the physical, the social, and the way we communicate, because it's very easy in the rise of social media, the rise of media platforms, and the world has become interconnected, where when we were younger, we really couldn't communicate with anyone. But now the ease of that has ensured, so easy, that has ensured that many people have slipped into that. So I think anyone that puts themselves out there as woman, number one, physical hijab. Number two, social hijab. There's also guidelines from the Maraja and from the scholars about women that speak. And it said, for example, do not soften your voice. So that's another form of protecting that hijab and protecting that voice, because all us females, we know that we can soften our voice in a way where it may make people slip. We need to, when we talk, I'm talking like I would talk to my children or talk to my, no, not in that way. That came out bad, not in that way. I talk like I would talk to anyone. I don't soften my voice. I don't do anything like that. So that's also important. So the guidelines about women public speaking is very clear. The physical hijab, the voice is very important. We cannot soften our voice. And when we are speaking, and I find that a big responsibility, even coming up, I never said I wanted to become a speaker, but subhanAllah, we all have a calling. And this is what I found myself in. But when I speak, the responsibility, I'm thinking we're representing Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, we're representing Fatima Zahra alayhi salam. So it's about thinking about that. And I also want to mention that, when we see the contributions of the women in early Islam, it shows us like they contributed so much. And it really made me think, especially ponder this Muharram, when we have Sumayya, who was beaten, the mother of Ammar ibn Yasir. She was beaten, and she still uttered the words of Allah. And then she was stabbed and killed and became the first martyr in Islam. When we have examples like that, when we have examples like Khadijah al-Kubra, who gave all her wealth and her hard work and her support to Islam, and at the time of death, she didn't even have a shroud to cover her body. When we have an example like Fatima al-Zahra, who walked to the masjid and delivered that speech in a very, very difficult time. When we have examples like Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, it really makes us think, what have I contributed? And sometimes, that's why I see also about the removal of the hijab. Some girls say it's so hard to wear the hijab, the discrimination we get, so they removed it. And I said, at least we're not Sumayya, who are getting beaten on the streets, where even the Prophet walked past and said, Sabran Ali Yasir, have patience, O family of Yasir. She was beaten in the streets, and where people walked past, she was chained. At least we're not getting beaten in the streets. At least we're not reaching that level of discrimination and hate. We're getting someone saying terrorist or God knows what. So it's about really understanding the woman who established Islam, the woman that contributed towards early Islam, the establishment of early Islam, and using them as our inspiration and our power to then continue.
Thank you very much, Sister Zahra. I know we have loads of questions, by the way. Hands are up, and I've got some on WhatsApp as well. And I think we probably need to arrange a follow-up, inshallah, via Haraka, definitely, because it's a very interesting topic. But we've come to the end of the workshop on social media. Hajj, I want to give you a very, very big thank you, Sister Zahra. Jazakallah khair jaza. So if we can thank Sister Zahra with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Barakallah. Thank you again to our dear Sister Zahra Al-Alawi. One of the lovely Haraka volunteers is going to bring me one more chair, inshallah, so I can put it on stage. And we have one panel left to go, inshallah, before we wrap up. And the name of this panel is Our Role During Imam Mahdi's Occultation. So 2 guests that haven't been on stage yet today. First and foremost, our dear Sayyid Abdullah Al-Naqib, who is an Aussie, Australian, international Shia lecturer. That just slipped out. He has traveled the world over the last decade delivering sermons for the Ahlul Bayt, mashallah. I'm sure you've seen him or heard one of his lectures. Sayyid Abdullah has completed a degree in Islamic theology under the guidance of Sheikh Mansour Al-Ghai, and is now undergoing a higher degree under His Eminence structured around analytical fiqh and the tafsir of the Holy Quran. For those with us in the last 10 nights of Muharram, our second guest is Al-Hajj Ibrahim Al-Ansari. Ibrahim has a bachelor's degree in law at Brunel University, and has taken pre-introductory Hausa lessons in London, or had done under the supervision of his father, Dr. Sheikh Rashad Al-Ansari, and now has continued his journey, I think for the last couple of years, has been at the Hausa Seminary in Najaf, where he currently lives. He has been reciting for the Ahlul Bayt from a very, very young age, mashallah, and started public speaking and orating in honor of the Holy Household in 2017. He's also been teaching lessons at several centers and organizations to various age groups since 2014. We also have a third chair. Yes, but I was told that wasn't the case, but that's fine. Our third chair is for Hajj Mustafa Masood. For those of you that don't know Hajj Mustafa has been delivering lectures, again, similar to both Sayyid Abdullah and Hajj Ibrahim, for coming up to a decade now in the service of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. He also works in media, and has worked with various Islamic TV channels, and also will be soon residing in the holy city of Najaf. So I'm very honored to welcome all 3 of our guests today, and this will be our final panel. Sayyid's ready, he got up before I stopped talking. Tfadla Sayyidina. Welcome for now, salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Do I have a wireless mic? I have it somewhere. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost to Sayyid Abdullah, Hajj Mustafa, Hajj Ibrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Adhamallah ajurakum. And yeah, I guess first of all, again, a massive thank you. I know, Hajj Ibrahim, you've been 11 days in a row. Hajj Mustafa, yourself as well. Sayyid Abdullah, I believe both of you are the 2 furthest returners. So Sayyid, you've come from Leicester, I think, today just for the Imam Hussain conference. Hajj Mustafa, I think you're going back to Birmingham as well, literally straight after this. So first of all, a massive, massive thank you. And I think we've kept a very important topic. So albeit you have to kind of do like 4 or 5 hour round trips, Jazakumullah, inshallah it'll be worth it, in particular in the eyes of our awaited Savior, Imam al-Mahdi Abdullah Ta'ala Farajuh al-Sharif. So the topic of the panel discussion is our role during Imam Mahdi's occultation. So I guess what I'd like to do is just think about the theme of the conference, which was reform, the message of Abi Abdullah al-Hussain alayhi salam, and also our role during the fact or during the time where our current Imam is not here and is in occultation. What do we have to do? Does that need reform? How do we need to think about it? So I guess similar to the last 2 panels, we'll do a quick 5-minute introduction, if that's okay, and then we'll go to questions from the brothers and sisters in the audience. So if we could welcome first and foremost Sayyid Abdullah, and if you can welcome him for salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Fadda Sayyid. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Inshallah, first and foremost, respected scholars, elders, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The topic is the most important topic because when we're looking at how to prepare for Imam Sahib al-Asri wa Zaman, it encompasses each and every topic that preceded tonight. And the understanding is how best to prepare ourselves for the Imam of our time. And every single thing that was spoken about, I know I came a bit late, but I did listen to it online. Every single thing that was spoken about leads a person to this very point of how can I reform myself to be able to think that I may be one of the companions of the Imam. Now, whether that be a male or female, each one has their own role to play within the return of Imam Sahib al-Asri wa Zaman. But I just want to give you an introduction. I know we're going to talk about practical aspects through the questions and how best to prepare, what we can do, etc. But just to show you the importance and how we are viewed in the eyes of the Ahl al-Bayt, the eyes of the companions. There's a person by the name of Rushayd al-Hajari, known as Rushayd al-Manaya wal-Balaya, which means Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen would give him or gift him the knowledge of how people will pass, how people will die, when, where, how. And he's captured by one of the oppressors that we curse in these particular nights, which was Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad. And when he's captured, he knows that, you're one of the companions of Amir al-Mu'mineen, and he said that he's given you how you will die as well. And which says, yes. He says, tell me how you're going to die. And he replies by saying, Amir al-Mu'mineen told me that you're going to cut my hands and legs and my tongue, and I'll die as a result. So what happens is, Ibn Ziyad says to him, you know what, I'm going to make a liar out of Amir al-Mu'mineen, so I'll cut your hands, I'll cut your legs, but I'll leave your tongue so that you can tell people how it didn't happen the way Amir wanted it. Now he cuts his hands and his legs. At that very moment, I want you to understand the steadfastness that one would have in the aspect that I'm prepared to sacrifice my own limbs for this message. And many of us would find difficulty in even waking up for Fajr, let alone reading, Du'a al-Ahad for Imam al-Zaman. But this person is prepared to cut his limbs in defense of wilayah. Now, the interesting concept here is that when his daughter is carrying his limbs, his cut hands, his cut legs, at that very moment, his daughter asks him a question. She says, Ya abati ma ashaddu ijtihadak. Your ijtihad, this particular aspect of severe, let's say, steadfastness in the religion. How great is it? We say, how amazing was it, that he was prepared to cut his limbs. The reply of Rushayd should be indicative of how we should be, each and every one of us. He replies to her by saying, Ma ashaddu ijtihad, he says, there will come a time at the end of time. There will be a group of people, a community, at the end of time, بَصَائِرُهُمْ فِي دِينِهِمْ أَشَدُّ مِنْ اجْتِهَادِنَا, that their foresight in their religion is greater than this ijtihad of mine. And this is the person that had the knowledge of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib. Just to showcase, inshallah, before I pass it on, that when we discuss such a topic, They need to understand it's with great difficulty when we say that Rasulullah states that holding on to your faith at the end of time is like holding on to a hot coal. Many of us would look at it at a face value, like, some heat, it's very difficult. We don't even come close towards a barbecue. We're in pain just coming close towards that heat. Imagine holding that coal with your hand. And he says that's how difficult it will be at the end of time. So inshallah, when we discuss notions in this particular reform conference, and we're going to look at practical aspects, inshallah, and thought processes, keep that in the back of your mind, that it's of the utmost importance to have a correct mentality going forward, inshallah.
أحسنتم سيدنا. حاج مصطفى.
أحسنت. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الحمد لله على ما أنعم وله الشكر على ما ألهم والثناء بما قدم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق سيدنا وحبيب قلوبنا أبا الزهراء المصطفى محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين، لا سيما سيدي ومولاي صاحب العصر والزمان عجل الله تعالى فرجه الشريف، واللعنة الدائمة على أعدائهم أجمعين من الآن إلى قيام يوم الدين. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think Sayyid really made the most important point, which is that this topic is no doubt one of the most, if not the most important topic. Yes, it also, parenting also falls under this. Reform of ourselves falls under this. RSC falls under this. Everything actually that we've discussed falls under our role during the time of ghaiba, during the time of the occultation. And I'll just summarize this by looking at many narrations, and I know Sheikh Ibrahim mentioned this on the eve of Ashura in his lecture. The title, I believe, was Karbala and Imam al-Mahdi. And when I first came across this narration, which Sheikh touched upon in his lecture, I was a bit confused. I thought maybe this changed, the hadith is not reliable, or it didn't make sense to me. And the hadith is that obviously the Imam, according to many of our narrations, there's two appearances to the Imam. One in the season of Hajj, and then one on the day of Ashura. Now it's on the day of Ashura when he reappears and he introduces himself by saying firstly who he is, Ala ya Ahl al-Alam, Ana al-Imam, and he mentions obviously his title, Ala ya Ahl al-Alam, Ana al-Samsam al-Muntaqim, I'm the one that will avenge. And then the third line he mentions, and this is why I think, subhanallah, it's very important to always have a topic relating to Imam al-Mahdi, ajalallah ta'ala farajahu al-sharif, during Muharram. In fact, during the whole year. Because the third line he says is, Ala ya Ahl al-Alam, Inna Jaddi al-Hussain qataluhu atshana. Emotional. I thought maybe this is, when I first read it, I thought maybe, why is he saying this? Oh, people of the world, I am the Imam, and he says his name. O people of the world, I am the Avenger. And then he says, O people of the world, my grandfather Hussain alayhi salam was killed thirsty. And I thought to myself, this call, according to narrations, and of course with the use of technology today, will be heard everywhere around the world. Obviously maybe it's the call of the Imam himself will be heard, or maybe through mobiles, through live feeds. And then I thought, how does this make sense to someone maybe who's never heard of Imam al-Hussain? How will this make sense to someone living in South America, or living in North America, or living in like Europe or Africa, where they've never heard of Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam? And then I realized there's a duty, and the most, inshallah we'll go into the details, but one of the most important roles that we have is to introduce Imam al-Hussain to the whole world. So that non-Muslim, that Christian, that atheist that's living in Bolivia, or living in Brazil, or living in New Zealand, or living in Canada, or living in Alaska, when he has the call of, my grandfather Hussain was killed thirsty. Who's Hussain? What's going on here? Therefore, one of the most important roles is to introduce Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam. Not so people can convert, no. So people can relate to Imam al-Hussain through his values, through his principles. Everybody loves dignity. If you introduce dignity through Imam al-Hussain, they'll automatically love Imam al-Hussain. Everyone loves hope. If you tell them there was a man
who stood 1,400 years ago, that gave hope to humanity, they will love Imam al-Hussain. Everyone loves honesty. Everyone loves sacrifice. These values of Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam, if you introduce them to the people, then they will automatically, it's part of their fitrah. I remember a few years ago, and I'll finish with this point, a few years ago we done a documentary. While I was working at one of the channels, Ahl Bayt TV, we done a documentary where we introduced Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam to non-Muslims who have never heard of Imam al-Hussain. One female and one male. And the minute they heard about Imam al-Hussain, we showed them lectures about Imam al-Hussain. We took them to majalis. And then on the last day, we took them to the maqtal of Imam al-Hussain. And the minute they heard the maqtal, all they were doing was crying. They were crying. Now these people, they left, they finished the documentary, they went back to their lives. They didn't convert. We didn't want them to convert. That wasn't the whole point of the purpose of our documentary. But they were introduced to Imam al-Hussain. And when they left, they said, we love Imam al-Hussain. Therefore, when the Imam comes back and he says, Ala ya ahl al-alam, inna jaddi al-Hussain qataluhu atshana, it will make sense to people. And inshallah, we will derive more lessons from our role during the time of the ghaibah.
Barakallah bik Hajjina, thank you very much. Going to Hajj Ibrahim. Assalamu alaikum Hajjina. Sheikh. Yeah, we'll go over to you now to just find out a little bit more about our role during the Imam's occultation.
أحسنتم جزاكم الله خير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين حبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين. Before I go further, one of our main roles in the time of occultation is to do a louder salawat. Thank you very much for having me. Jazakumullah khair, Sayyid Abdullah, Sheikh Mustafa, Jazakumullah khair al-jaza. I just want to echo the points mentioned by Sayyid Abdullah and Sheikh Mustafa, very importantly, that this actually is potentially the most important subject. But the reason for that is when we ask what is our role during the time of occultation, what we are actually asking is how do we live our life? Because we live in the time of occultation, and this is the time of ghaibah. So this question in itself is quite broad. So what is our role in the time of occultation? It's a very broad topic. Like you mentioned, it is, for example, raising families lies under this, our travels lie under this, our day-to-day lies under this, everything lies under this. However, if I was to summarize 3 headlines, if we were to say, 3 headlines that we can take away with us, طبعا each one of these headlines would require more detail, definitely, but to keep it short, and maybe in some of the questions we can go further into them. But the first is to have recognition of the Imam. The first is to recognize the Imam for the status that he has, not just knowing him. Knowing his name does not fulfill our role towards the Imam in the time of his occultation. But recognizing him for the status that he has, for the divine authority that he has upon us, is something very important in itself. This is one. The second is paying allegiance to the Imam. I mean, we take it for granted that the Imam is present and that we call ourselves Shia. When is the last time that I actually turned around to the Imam and I said, I pay allegiance to you? And if we recite dua ahad on a daily basis after Salatul Fajr, for example, then yeah, we would be amongst those. As you would say that I give you bay'ah and ahd, and all of this is in my neck. لا أحول عنها ولا أزول أبدا. I will never leave such a bay'ah. And this is something very important, because giving allegiance to the Imam also makes us steadfast towards the Imam. Because when I wake up and I start my day with dua al-ahad, and I start with paying allegiance to the Imam, that means that I have started my day by making an oath that, by the way, كونوا زينا لنا ولا تكونوا شيئا علينا, be a decoration to us, be an adornment to us, don't be in bad example to us. I've already made that allegiance in the morning. So meaning, on my day-to-day, I will always be remembering that I am an individual who has just paid allegiance to the Imam, and now I am representing the Imam, and as a result, I am an ambassador to the Imam and to his message, etc. That is the second. The third headline that I want to mention is the narration from our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam, where he would say, خير أعمال أمتي Intidarul Faraj. The best deed that my nation can perform is awaiting relief. Faraj translating to relief, awaiting relief. طبعا, of course, this will go into the topic of what is the difference between active intidar, passive intidar. طبعا, of course, we mean active intidar with this, because passive intidar, just sitting around waiting for the imam to be present amongst us, is not really intidar, it's not really waiting. And I mentioned this example multiple times, the example of the house, that if you have guests coming, if you're waiting for those guests, you wouldn't just be lying down waiting for them to enter. Rather, you'll be cleaning the house, you'll prepare food, etc. This is active intidar. Likewise, that house is our heart. In what way are we preparing our hearts for the reappearance of Sahib al-Zaman? And this is a role that we have. A role in the time of occultation is to prepare our hearts. Another part of active intidar is to prepare our community and understand our identity. I mean, at the end of the day, I can identify as an Iraqi, I can identify as a British, I can identify as a Dutch, whatever my identity is, Pakistani, Khoja, Iranian, Afghani, all of that. I can identify as all of that. And I can have multiple identities at the same time. But at the end of the day, on the day of judgment, يَوْمَ نَدْعُو كُلُّ أُنَاسٍ بِإِمَامِهِمْ. I'll be called by my imam. I'm not going to be called by the nation that I came from, or by the country that or the nationality that I hold. Rather, I'm going to get called by my imam. So let me identify myself with my imam and understand that the imam is part of my core identity. Other than the fact that I am a muwahhid to begin with, and this specific identity also follows to my community, because it goes to my role in the community. And I realize if I carry on, I'm going to start talking more, so I'll stop here.
Barakallah bik. Barakallah bik. Okay. It's, great introduction. Thank you very much to all of you. It's a deep topic, to be honest with you, and so maybe the 5-minute introduction doesn't do it justice. But thank you for keeping to the time. Do we have any specific questions from the brothers and the sisters side? We have one brother at the front. I'm going to steal this wireless microphone. Just make sure you switch it on, Sayyidina. Ahsantum. And then I don't know how I'm getting so many WhatsApp questions, but if anyone's got any, just keep doing what you're doing, because they're somehow getting through to me. Allah yastar, wallah, I don't know, Haji. But as long as they stop after the conference, it's fine, because otherwise you're in trouble asking me questions later. Go ahead, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa
I'm going to keep my question really, really short.
Yeah, go for it.
So Imam Mahdi, Ajala Ta'ala Farajum Sharif, is our role model, and we need to follow his example, and also the Ahl-Bayt as well. Now, I'm going to drop in the name Andrew Tate. Now, a personality like that is right in front of us. We see him, what he does, and he speaks to us directly through this media and whatnot. This has some sort of an impact on a lot of guys. Now, on Mimbar or these lectures, we talk about the Imams, or Imam Mahdi, Sharif, and all that, but we don't see him, of course, right? We only hear of him.
Yep.
Now, how can we, as grown-up men, sort of embody the lessons or the personalities within ourselves so that we could show it to our youth through ourselves, so they're not influenced by someone in front of them? Because someone like Andrew Tate is in front of them, they see what he does. So whereas all these personalities in Al-Bayt, they're all sort of just stories or just words in the lectures. So just a conversation around that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Sayyidina, we go to you, Sayyid Abdullah.
The thing is, I'm probably the least acquainted with this Tate guy, so I'm guessing he's not as good a person as... Is he a Muslim or? So, okay. So he has negatives, obviously. All right, no worries. Inshallah, if I say anything out of the place, you please do correct me. Any person in social media, let's say, influencer, so to say. So let's say, okay, so the goes back to role models, of course, because your question is revolving around role models, how we could take the imam. So one of the aspects that we do have is the position of why is it so difficult to be, why do we have so much reward that we're living at the end of time? One of the things that we have so much reward for is that we don't have direct access. But to counteract that, we have access to knowledge like no one before us. Beforehand, you'll find where the people had the imams, the hadith, the books of hadith that we have is after the imam, don't we? Why? Because every single time before the hadiths were written and given to us and explored and dissected, we had direct access towards our imams. People might have traveled months on end to get the knowledge that they need from the correct role model. Now, taking that as an example, And the whole conference today has been speaking about the same exact thing. Hold on to two weighty things. The Quran and my Ahlul Bayt. They are the best role models. One is the other side of the coin. Now, taking that into perspective, when it comes towards role models, so these people might resonate with a particular clip. Let's say Mr. Tate, has access to, let's say, social media, the perfect camera work, the perfect, algorithm. Is very rich as well. That always helps, of course. If we look at the Umayyads, that's how they push their agendas through wealth. But taking that into perspective, people look at role models because they may resonate with something. Now, if they resonate with a quote this particular person said, or a particular lifestyle that he lives, or anything that they resonate with, often what happens with role models, and that's why we say always hold on to the perfect role models, is because when you look at a role model and you find that you resonate with a particular portion of his character, that all of a sudden you look towards him and try to remove the rest. In yourself, you think to yourself, yeah, I like this character, but he also does A, B, C, D, 3. You don't look at that. You look at that thing that you want because you want to revere that person. Make sense? So all of a sudden, that personality that you revere, he may do something that's bad. So you might look at him as a role model, like, it's okay if I do that thing that's bad as well. And that's where the danger lies. And that's why with a perfect role model, they have no faults. So if you take them as a guide, as in one of the scholars would ask their sons, and he'd say to him, "Oh, son of mine, what do you want to be when you grow older?" So many of us would think to ourselves that this person's looking. Nowadays, if you ask a son, a child, whether it be a daughter or a son, what do you want to be when you grow older? They might hold particular personalities in the social platform to be at a very high regard. When they do that, problematic. And that person, he looks at his father, being a scholar, he says, "Oh, Dad, I want to be like you when I grow older." And you know what the dad did? You think the dad would say, "Thank you very much, I'm very honored." No. He says, "You'll never reach where I am." Do you know why? He says, "Because when I wanted to be who I am now, my role model was Ali ibn Abi Talib. I fell short and I am what I am now. If I hold on to this character as my role model, what kind of future do I have if that is my guidance and role model?" Now, if I take Ahlul Bayt as a role model, very different where I'll end up. So without a doubt, if we were to, and we do have influences that have given knowledge in the way that it needs to be given, deciphering the Quran, deciphering etiquettes. And that's why when we look into the seerah, inshallah, we have a few questions talking about how to hold on to the rope of Ahlul Bayt in the best manner. We take away the bad role models. You're allowed to take, if there's a particular quote, take wisdom even if it's in the tongue of a fool. Wisdom is wisdom. But don't look at the person as a high regard. So role models of the utmost importance. Inshallah, that answered the question. Yes or no? Don't follow Tate. No. Is it okay?
Any questions in the audience? Please put your hand up and make yourself known to the volunteers. I have one on. Yeah. Yes. That's very okay.
Because Sayyid covered it brilliantly to have the role models being Imam the Ahlul Bayt. But I think you also, because Sayyid obviously doesn't know Tate, you're saying because you see Tate, but you don't see Imam al-Mahdi. I think I'd change that question. I think, and I've said this before, Hajji knows this whenever I go to Masjid al-Sahla, I've said it's not about seeing the Imam. It's about feeling the Imam in your heart. Because if it's about seeing the Imam with your eyes, there are a lot of people that saw the Imams with their eyes. Shimr ibn Dil-Jawshan saw the Imam. Umar ibn Sa'd saw the Imam. But they ended up killing the Imam of their time. So I don't think it's just about seeing. You have to have this Iman, as Surah Al-Baqarah mentions, in ghaib. So therefore, I think it's about building a relationship with Imam. And as Sheikh Ibrahim mentioned, how many of us, for example, pay allegiance to the Imam every day? How many of us wake up in the morning and say, "Assalamu alayka ya sahib al-zaman"? Just that. How many of us remember Imam al-Mahdi when we're eating? Where is Imam al-Mahdi? Is he eating? Just that thought. How many of us do a amal and say, "This is hadiyah of Imam al-Mahdi"? On behalf of Imam al-Mahdi. I'm going to pray rak'atayn
لسلامة الإمام المهدي. Just for his salama, for his well-being, I'm going to pray 2 rakat. I'm going to read Quran on behalf of Imam al-Mahdi. I'm going to go ziyarah on behalf of Imam al-Mahdi. I'm going to go umrah for... And I've always said, when you do an act like this, and you put Imam al-Mahdi as your partner in this amal, you've got more of a chance of the amal being accepted. What do I mean? I mean an amal done by me, a ritual, that's mustahab. Can I guarantee Allah accepts it? No, I can't guarantee. I'm going to read Quran. Can I guarantee Allah will accept that? I can't tell. Inshallah he will, if I'm sincere, inshallah. But I can't guarantee. But if I put Imam al-Mahdi, ajalallah ta'ala farajahu al-sharif, as my partner in that amal, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts the amal of Imam al-Mahdi or not? Does he accept? Of course he accepts the amal of Imam al-Mahdi. Therefore, when I put Imam al-Mahdi with my amal, not only am I gifting the Imam, not only am I building a relationship with the Imam, I'm guaranteeing, hopefully, the act is going to get accepted because I'm sincere enough in my amal, of course, I have to be sincere on the first level. On the second level, that Imam al-Mahdi is a partner in this amal. So in that, I don't think it's about seeing. There's a lot of things we don't see, but we believe in. So it's not so much about seeing. I know what you mean. I know what you mean about seeing. But I think if you build that relationship with the Imam, then it helps. We can go back and forth with this, but I think there's other questions. Maybe afterwards, Habibi. Thank you. Ahsant, yeah, there's ways.
Yeah. Actually, Sheikh Ibrahim mentioned not long ago as well, I think it was one of the lectures of the nights, that one of the things we don't also do is the person who we should azzi in, for example, Yawm al-Ashar or the majalis every day, is the family of the person that we're sad about, who is Imam Mahdi. I mean, how many people come into the majlis and send salams to the Imam? We have a question that is it's a bit. This is like 10 series, 10 lecture series. That's what I was looking for. You don't know Andrew Tate, but you knew I was trying to say that was good. 10 lecture series, which is how can we prepare ourselves for the Faraj? That's literally a 10 lecture series. But this person wants practical tips, Sheikh, for maybe 2 or 3 points, and if you can, which is good as well. Anything else to add to that? And also practical tips of active intidhar versus just like waiting, basically.
So the question is, how do we wait for the Imam, right? Actively? More?
Yeah, practical tips.
Practical tips, yeah, that's fine. So the idea is, in general, in terms of intidhar and waiting for the Imam, again, we said because this all lies under the role of our role during the time of occultation, it's how we live in our life. Now, of them is how we raise our families and the names that we give our children. And you find in the treaties of rights, for example, how much the name can actually affect the child, and that it's the first right a child has upon their father. Because the reality is, and we see this year by year, especially in Muharram, that sometimes even a name, for example, not many times, it might not necessarily be associated to the Ahlul Bayt, and the name being Layla, مثلا. But suddenly when a girl attends, and on the night of Ali al-Akbar, and here's the orator saying Layla, she goes back home happy. My name was mentioned today in the majlis. See that specific name, how much of an effect it has on a child. And likewise with the names of our infallibles, etc. So let's be careful with the first part, is actually being careful with the names that we choose. Then in terms of how we actually live our day-to-day life, I will mention 2 points. Generally speaking, in terms of intidhar, we have 2 types of approaches. One is like a material approach. The other we can say is a spiritual approach. The material approach, what I mean with that, is that we will have many times narrations that talks mathalan about how the Imam will look, how the Imam will act. You have narrations that talk about the signs of the reappearance of Sahib al-Zaman. We have narrations that talk about, like what you mentioned, for example, what he will say on the day that he will reappear. These things, what they allow us to do in the back of our mind, is we think of the Imam as a traveler, a person who's going to come, he's around, he's going to come, and we have a specific idea of how this individual will look like. This is one aspect. The spiritual aspect is what you touched upon, which is how can we actually link our hearts to the Imam. And this is about building a relationship with the Imam. And this is really where the practical steps apply, in the sense that On a day-to-day basis, again, I will mention again, and I will reiterate this point, and I'll echo it potentially in every answer, and still it won't be enough, which is to talk to the Imam and to constantly send salams to the Imam. Because talking in itself builds a stronger connection to an individual. The more I talk, especially on the nights of Muharram, this Muharram, the more I talk to Haji Haidar, the closer our connection grew. But I think now he's going to block me from his WhatsApp or whatever, because, yeah. So the idea is that the more you talk to an individual, the closer you become to that individual. How many times do we talk to the Imam? We tend to go to people to talk to them about our struggles. When is the last time we talked to the Imam about our struggles? And by the way, when I say that, the Imam himself says, إِنَّا غَيْرْ مُهْمِلِينَ لِرِعَايَتِكُمْ وَلَا نَاسٍ لِذِكْرِكُمْ. We're not taking the idea of taking care of you lightly. And we haven't forgotten you. By the way, we are always remembering you. وَلَوْلَا ذَلِكَ لَنَزَلَتْ بِكُمُ الشَّدَائِدُ. And if it wasn't for that, calamities would have fell upon you. And this is a reality. Meaning we live with the barakah of the Imam. Meaning everything that we have is from the blessings of the Imam. When is the last time that we talked to the Imam? And by the way, I will say this because many scholars have advised upon this. I have tried it and I know of friends that have tried it. Talk to the Imam and see the difference it makes in your life. You want practical steps? Try these practical steps and see how they change your life. Every day after Salatul Fajr, when you're alone, no one's around, you recite Dua al-Ahad, for example, or maybe that day, you don't necessarily have time to recite it. Maybe what you can do is talk to the Imam, say, Assalamu alayka ya sahib al-zaman. Maybe tell him of your plans. If you have a new business endeavor that you want to take, talk to the Imam about it. I'm planning to do 1, 2, 3. And by the way, when you involve the Imam, all of a sudden you start involving everything in relation to Allah Azza wa Jal, because you know that He is your direct link to Allah Azza wa Jal. So even going into halal, haram, these things, the Imam is what keeps us in a good balance. This is very important. The second, if we don't necessarily feel the presence of the Imam, let us understand our narrations. Because the reality is, whether we see the Imam or not physically with our eyes, we know that at certain times he is present. Mathalan, we know that at the majlis of Imam Al-Hussain, he is present. We know that in the majlis of the remembrance of the Ahlul Bayt, he is present. I say you're going to come and tell me, yes, we have narrations, Fatima Zahra is present, etc. But I want him to be present when I'm alone in the room. I will give you a practical step. Say, Assalamu alayka ya qa'im al-Muhammad. When he is mentioned by that name, the reason we put our hand on our head and the reason we get up is because when he is called by that name, he attends, wherever you are. So you imagine if you're in a room by yourself and you've completed your salah and suddenly you have said that specific name, it means the Imam is with you in that room. Use that chance to talk to him. And by the way, I think Sheikh Mustafa and Sayyid Abdullah will probably be able to give more practical steps as well. So if you guys have...
I think just being God wary, God conscious is a practical step. Going back again to seeing the Imam, I think the question should be turned around and said, does the Imam want to see me? Will the Imam want to meet me or talk to me? The eye that looks at forbidden things is not an eye that should be looking at the Imam. The tongue that backbites and gossips and lies is not the tongue that should speak to the Imam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَوْمَ لَا يَنْفَعُ مَالٌ وَلَا بَنُونَ إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants a pure heart. Not obviously healthy, inshallah, as well as a sound heart. Therefore, I think a practical step is to avoid sins and put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with you in every act. Amir al-Mu'minin salamullahi alayha says that every act I do, I put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala before that act, during the act and after the act. And therefore, if we practice this is a practical step where I'm thinking about everything that I do. Is this allowed? Is this not allowed? Is this halal? Is this haram? If someone sees me, forget if someone sees me. Allah is seeing you, obviously, but sometimes it's easier for us to say, if someone sees me, is this going to be a nice scene where I am? Therefore, just having taqwa is a practical
step, purifying yourself, purifying your heart, and saying that I want to serve the Imam. As our sixth Imam, As-Sadiq alayhi salam, says, if I was to live during his life, لَخَدَمْتُ, I would have served him. Imam As-Sadiq alayhi salam says, I would have served Imam Al-Mahdi ajalallah ta'ala farajahu sharif. And therefore I think a simple way, I know this is probably like, oh, simple, yeah, be a good mu'min. It's easier said than done. It's just thinking about every act that you do and then asking yourselves, this tongue, this eye, this ear, my senses, are they going to be senses that are going to obviously be wanting to see, or the Imam wanting to see them or no? And this is a practical stuff I think we can do throughout our life.
Obviously carrying on with the 2 points, I think the first notion before we get into preparing for the Imam is to identify that thing within our life that is problematic. Because many of us will come and think to ourselves that the Imam will not look towards me. The Imam will never accept me because A, B, C, D. And that's why Muharram is there to remind us that Hur went from the pits of hell towards the heights of heaven. Never think to yourself that I'm not worthy to be of the companions. Hur thought that self, but he came towards the Imam, and likewise we can all come towards the Imam. Now the best way to think about that, how to identify what's wrong in my life, what actions am I doing that are wrong, which places am I going that is wrong. And I mention this example whenever I am asked about Imam Sahib al-Zaman, in which how can I identify on my daily basis? And I always come forward and say, imagine that the Imam, out of surprise, not that you're expecting, but out of surprise, he'll come knock your door tomorrow. He'll just knock your door. And he says, I want to spend 24 hours with you. 24 hours. He'll see how you sit, how you speak, who you speak to, what you do on your social media, your transactions. Every single thing, he's right there next to you. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to hide that DM, or I'm going to unfollow this person and that person, or when I see this person in the street, I'm not going to say salam, unless the Imam looks at me. These are all things that we think to ourselves, when the Imam's not next to us, it's fine, you know, and we kind of make an excuse for ourselves. But if Imam was with us, would he allow it? Would we be embarrassed performing these things in front of him? Won't we be embarrassed? These are all the things, like even, for example, for the men, where our gaze is. For the women, how our dress code, for example. Our tongue, how do we speak to others? With respect, with arrogance? Do we speak down to them? The positions that we're in, do we utilize them for that which is good? Do we help support the community and bring them up? Or do we try to showcase others that we are better than the rest and bring others down so we can lift ourselves up and no one else? These are all aspects that we need to keep in the back of our minds when we are preparing for the Imam. And once we identify these things, that is the first step in perfecting ourselves to be prepared for the Imam. Remove these things one by one until you come to a decision that if the Imam comes tomorrow, I have nothing to be afraid of. Nothing in my life. Once you purified yourself in that manner, then without a doubt, as the Imam would say to one of the people that has seen him by the name of Rajab Ali al-Khayyat, Imam sends him a message. He says, be how we want you to be. You don't have to come and visit us. You know what he says? Imam is saying, don't worry about visiting us. He says, you do what we want you to do. Be how we want you to be. We will come and visit you. The understanding there is when we go towards the traditions of Imam al-Baqir, we say that لِلْقَائِمِ شَبَهٌ مِّن يُوسُف, that the shabah, the similarity between Imam Sahib al-Zaman and Yusuf is the concept of ghaibah. When we understand the concept, the fact is that Yusuf was amongst his people. Yusuf was interacting, speaking, walking alongside the people of his time. The ghaibah isn't the fact that he's not in the community. That veil is the fact that he's veiled from your knowledge, not by presence. He's there. He could be alongside us at any moment in our life, but we do not recognize him as the Imam. That's the example we need to take from the story of Yusuf in the comparison towards our Imam Sahib al-Asri wal Zaman. If we have that in the back of our minds, that the Imam can be anywhere, at any time, in any one of our transactions, then we would guard ourselves of how we interact on a daily basis. But inshallah, if we have that mindset, we can move forward and apply the things that we need to apply.
Barakallah bikum for those answers. Just a quick one as well, as Sayyid brought up the example of Hur. And obviously, you know, we are still on the 11th of Muharram and we've used these nights to commemorate. Are there any other examples of lessons from the tragedy of Karbala that we can take about how to, or what role we need to play with our Imam that were played by either the companions or the family of the Imam in Karbala, Imam Hussain alayhi salam, that we can draw lessons from and use in our life?
So, of course, Karbala itself is not just a lesson, it's not just a school, it's a university of how to deal with the Imam. I mean, every single one of those companions is a lesson within themselves, or a module, if you like, in terms of how to be with the Imam. So I think if we specify the question a bit more. Okay, one actually, since we're on the topic of talking to the Imam and feeling his presence, I'll mention the example of Borer. Because Borer, what happened with him was, the Imam wanted to talk to him, but he didn't want to talk to the Imam. Before he joined the army of Imam Al-Hussain alayhi salatu wasalam, he was in the city of Mecca with him performing Hajj. On the way back, he actually wanted to be the furthest away from the Imam. Zuhair, not Borer, Zuhair. He was the furthest away from the Imam. He kept himself as far away from the Imam as possible because he was known to be Uthmani. And he hated the Ahlul Bayt. And he actually hated the presence of the Imam. And he did not want to be associated with the Imam. So he kept himself as far as possible. Yet the Imam stayed, of course they're both taking the route towards Kufa, until they reached the city of Zarud. The Imam said, let's place our tents the closest we can to the tents of Zuhair. The closest we can to the tents of Zuhair. So they camped very close to the camp of Zuhair ibn al-Qayn and his family. Then the Imam sent one of his companions. He said, go and speak to him. Tell him that I want to talk to him. The Imam, now the Imam of his time, wants to speak to an individual. Zuhair, what he does is he tells that individual, go away. Don't come again. I don't want to speak to him. I don't want to see him. He comes back to the Imam. When he comes back to the Imam, he informs him. He said, it's okay. Let's just wait. Before I carry on, so here the Imam wants to speak to an individual. And I guarantee you, Imam al-Mahdi wants to speak to us. But I'm going to leave this for later, inshallah. He wants to speak to us. His wife turns around to him. She said to him, the Imam and the grandson of the Holy Prophet wants to speak to you. And you have a chance to have a conversation. What harm will it do if you just try to hear what he has to say and come back? You don't have to stay with him. There's no harm in just listening to him. See what he wants to say and come back. So he goes. He had one conversation with the Imam. That conversation led to him being the leader of the left flank of the army of Imam Al-Hussain on the day of Karbala. One conversation with the Imam. Have that conversation with your Imam. Build that connection to the Imam. Understand what the Imam wants to ask you for. You mentioned, for example, the Imam is asking something of us. What is he asking of us? Taqwa. Yes, he is asking taqwa. Whatever, by the way, if you want to understand what the Imam wants from us, understand what Allah wants. Whatever Allah, why yardallah li ridaha when it comes to Fatima to Zahra, for example. Wa yaghdab li ghadabiha. He becomes pleased for what she is pleased with, and becomes angry with what she is angry with. Why? Because her anger and her pleasure is that same divine anger and pleasure that Allah Azza wa Jal has, because it is based on what is required of us as Muslims. Be a decoration to the Imams. Don't be a bad example. حَاسِبُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ قَبْلَ أَن تُحَاسَبُوا. Hold yourselves accountable. The Imam sees our actions on a weekly basis. Are we happy with what the Imam is seeing? These are things that we need to think of. I just want to mention one point, if you don't mind, which is understand that every single one of us has a role to play in the occultation, and we also have a collective role. We have an individual role and we have a collective role. Maybe we can speak about this in more detail, but I just want that to be a point that we all ponder about. We have an individual role in how we act as individuals, and I think many of the questions that have come forward are in terms of the individual level, how we can prepare as individuals. Understand, we also have a role as a community to prepare for the Imam. We have a collective role of coming together to prepare for the Imam. And on the individual point, and the reason I mentioned that is because you mentioned the example of Nabi Allah Yusuf, alayhi wa ala nabina wa alihi afdal salatu wassalam. It's what brought the idea to my head, which is that our scholars mention that the faraj, the relief of Nabi Allah Yusuf was delayed from prison because of an individual act, not because of a collective act. I mean, when he interpreted those dreams to those two individuals who were imprisoned with him, and he said, you will be killed and the other will be giving drink to your Lord, as he said to him, what happened after that? One of them got killed, as Yusuf interpreted. The other went, and he said, by the way, when you give him that drink, idhkurni, remember me. All he had to do was remember his name. He had to just mention the name of Yusuf, an individual act. The mentioning of the name of Nabi Allah Yusuf, that's all he had to do. He goes, he forgot. He forgot. As a result, what happened? The relief of Nabi Allah Yusuf was delayed.
If there are no or any questions in the crowd from our brothers or our sisters, if there are, make yourself known. If not, because of time, and we apologize, Sheikh Ibrahim, Sheikh Mustafa Sayyidina, for speeding up. I think we had a little bit longer, but we're way behind schedule, and the chairs that all the ladies are sitting on will be picked up very soon because they're rented. So we don't want them to have no chairs. But Sayyidina, thank you so much. I know you've got far to go. Sheikh Mustafa, the same for you. Sheikh Ibrahim, Jazakumullah khair jaza. If we could thank our three esteemed guests, please, with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Inshallah, we are going to end this afternoon with recitation from Mullah Ali Fadl. But before we do, Haj Mustafa, as he prepares, Haj Mustafa wants to have maybe 1 or 2 minutes just on behalf of Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya to thank you for your time here, brothers and sisters.
On behalf of Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya, I want to make 2 points. The first is to thank everyone for attending tonight's, or today's, it feels like nighttime, today's conference. May Allah bless you. I want to thank all the scholars, starting from Ayatollah Sayyid Fadl al-Milani, Sayyid Muhammad Ali Bahr al-Ulum, Sayyid Mahdi al-Mudarrisi, Sheikh Muhammad al-Hilli, Sayyid Ali Khoui, Sheikh Asar Nasr, Sayyid Abdullah Naqib, Sheikh Ibrahim al-Ansari. I don't want to forget anyone. All the reciters for attending today's talk, our dear sisters al-Banin Mirali and Sister Zahra Alawi, for attending today's conference. May Allah bless you. The second and very important thing, Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya have been running for approximately 4 years. Alhamdulillah, we get the numbers every week on Thursdays. But Al-Haraka is now looking for volunteers. We're looking for people who are lawyers, who are in education, and who also are accountants to help us in our work at Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya. If anyone is in those fields or any other field that they think they can support Al-Haraka Al-Hussainiya, who are doing weekly programs, please look for one of the volunteers on the gents side or on the sister side. Give them your details, and if you can help us, we are looking for help with running our programs. Finally, I'd like to introduce personally our very own, who has been reciting with us the last 11 nights, and inshallah he will bless us one final time with his voice. And before that, by the way, also inshallah we continue our programs this week, Thursday and Friday evening. We have a majlis here Thursday and Friday evening, a majlis here at 7 p.m. with Sheikh Azhar Nasser, inshallah, majlis this Thursday and this Friday. Please, now we welcome our dear Mullah Ali Fadil with a loud salawat.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Please rise for a quick ziyarah as we end the program, inshallah, and the dua. And then we ask for your du'as, inshallah. Just to echo what Hajj Mustafa mentioned, that Haraka has a weekly program, and there is always a need for help from the local brothers and sisters. So please, please, please do make yourselves known, inshallah, so that you can carry on the service for Imam Hussain alayhi salam. Sallu ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا وارث آدم صفوة الله. السلام عليك يا وارث نوح النبي الله. السلام عليك يا وارث إبراهيم خليل الله. السلام عليك يا وارث موسى كليم الله. السلام عليك يا وارث عيسى روح الله. السلام عليك يا وارث محمد حبيب الله. السلام عليك يا وارث أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. السلام عليك يا ابن محمد المصطفى. السلام عليك يا ابن علي المرتضى. السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة الزهراء. السلام عليك يا ابن خديجة الكبرى. السلام عليك يا ثار الله وابن ثاره. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. عليكم مني جميعا سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار، ولا جعله الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين، خصوصا سيدي ومولاي بالفضل العباس واخته زينب جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. إلهي بمريض كربلاء زين العابدين يا رب عافي وشافي جميع المرضى على خص من أوصانا بالدعاء يا الله. اللهم وفقنا لمراضيك، جنبنا معاصيك، اجعل عواقب أمورنا خيرا يا الله. اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج واجعلنا من أنصاره وأعوانه ومن الذابين عنه ومن المستشهدين بين يديه يا الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وإلى أرواح أموات الحاضرين والسامعين والجامعين نهدي لهم جميعا ثواب سورة المباركة الفاتحة مع الصلوات.